even know always what to talk about. And isn't that a mess? As
And you're the
soon
host.
as no, not that part. As soon as we start going live, the Wi-Fi decides it wants to
You
act
have the
stupid.
T-Mobile
Yeah,
on?
I'm about to grab it right now. So
Okay.
you go ahead and talk
All
while I
right.
grab that.
So I guess I'll do the cold
Yeah,
opener.
that happens to us too.
Light but not hot.
Don't ask your fun to get to know you questions first. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, that's for the actual
Well, I'm not going to
podcast.
ask this one in the podcast.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead then.
All right. Confession of the week.
I told you that
Yeah,
was
I
gonna
said
happen.
I wasn't going to ask that one in the podcast. So, my
You so
confession of the
rebellious.
week is I have been obsessing over a chicken flatbread sandwich from Tropical Smoothie because it has some strawberry vinaigrette on it. I have an unnatural attraction to this sandwich now, and it's all I've been thinking about. That and the Van Leeuwen sweet cornbread ice cream. Have y'all heard of that one? It's literally cornbread mixed in the ice cream.
Trifling and disgusting. Let me just say that. There's no reason in the world anyone should ever want to do that.
That's because you ain't probably been soul
Ice
food
cream
enough to have
and
cornbread and
cornbread
milk.
don't go together. Eddie, I can see your face. Please tell her that you on my side. Please tell me you on my side with this.
Yeah, that don't sound good.
Wait, okay. I think the preface is: have you ever enjoyed cornbread and milk?
Eh,
Exactly. See, you
Okay,
hear that
never mind
silence?
then.
You
Never
hear that
mind.
silence?
It's
I am
just me.
not the only
It's
one. That is
just
horrible.
me. It's fine.
Well, what kind of cornbread is it?
All right.
Go ahead and give one more if you want to. Oh wait, they haven't answered.
You're right.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all go ahead and give an answer if y'all got one.
What kind of
You breaking up, Miss Tina?
Oh,
You
you broke
breaking?
up.
Yeah, you were frozen and everything.
you was frozen for a minute.
well, what kind
That
of
was a look right there
flavor
that you
is the cornbread? Is
had.
it the different cornbread? Is it water bread? I mean, what kind of cornbread flavor are we talking about?
So they say it's not Jiffy Mix. It's actual cornmeal, but it has that sweet flavor, but it's not Jiffy Mix in there.
Which is exactly what you need to know.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh.
I could maybe see like a Jiffy Mix flavor and some sort
Hmm.
of ice cream, like to make a mold or something. I don't know, but nah.
I tried to tell her that it was crazy, but I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what she's trying to tell me.
Are you eating this?
No,
No,
she's been obsessing about it though.
yeah, I'm going to get it like within the next couple of days. I've got to try it,
She doesn't have to try it.
but I want to. I didn't do the ranch dressing one, so
Who made it? Who
it's
makes
a
it?
company called Van Leeuwen. So they make all these out of the box
And it's in the
flavor
store?
ice cream. Like they have a chicken and waffle one.
Oh,
Yeah, at Walmart and your local grocery stores. Yeah.
All places that you don't want to frequent if it has it because that should not ever happen at all. Like I don't know why anyone
It's a
thought that this was a
thing.
good idea.
Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream is one
well, I don't
thing.
know
See,
because
I need.
Eddie and the boys went to the store most recently and purchased something, some gummy type of stuff, and it's in the shape of macaroni and cheese. It's in the shape of hot dogs and
I
Lunchables,
love
but it still
those.
tastes like gummy. You saw that?
Right. It's just candy. Yeah. I
But it
get
still
those
That's
for
tastes
not.
like gummy.
Layla, our
I don't know what
grandbaby.
you're saying about that other stuff.
That's not. There's no God in any of that. I want you to know. There's no. He's nowhere
In
in
that,
any of this.
whatever.
Like
I'm
at
telling you,
all.
you probably should just need to try
No, I
it.
don't. Mm-mm.
You,
I don't have to listen. There are things I'd never have to try in life to know I don't like them. I have never eaten dog poop, and I know I don't like it.
that's gross
And
though.
so was your ice cream with cornbread. And if you could see Eddie's face, you would see that I'm not the only one who feels that way. His face said everything.
Yeah, it just
This
It's a no for you. Okay.
and this is why I needed you on here, sir, because she was gonna pull this stuff, and it just be horrific. And she knows better. She know better.
What?
That's the devil.
Really see the problem.
I do. But the fact that you don't see the problem is in
It's
itself
not
a
like the
problem.
fried chicken and waffle flavored one.
That's even worse. That all of that is super bad and should never ever be a thing. And see, there,
Really?
as soon as we get going, excuse me a second, because our thing decided wanted to go out. This is the type of problem I was telling you we had before. This type of mess. Hold on one
Oh,
second.
that's wonderful.
I don't know if y'all can hear me, but keep talking. Say something.
We can hear
Give me a
you.
sec. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, they can hear
That's
Okay,
us.
y'all can hear us.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the type of stuff I was telling you that winds up happening with us. I think it might be because
Oh,
you
did I
damn
bump the
yeah, I
cord?
think you did. You gotta watch
Oh,
that
I'm
cord.
sorry. Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Eddie, you still with us? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I'm here.
All
Tim,
right.
you need to turn your computer volume down
Okay.
a little bit. So we're not echoing.
Okay. Let me see.
Just the
Is that
volume.
good?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how I can hear you guys. So, because I don't have that professional thing going on where everybody's got on headphones and a microphone and all that great stuff.
But you have headphones.
I don't have all them great headphones you guys got. Like y'all
Okay.
sitting there
It's just to
doing the
hear.
professional thing, and I'm still researching. Everybody just moved on.
Okay.
Tell your IT and tech support to come bring some headphones. How are the boys doing?
They good. They good. In college and
I
trying to
don't think
get
she
their
heard you.
thing going.
Oh, they're
So
good.
I
Good. Good
try
to
not to
hear.
bother them
College is a wonderful thing if you can afford it. That's what I tell folks.
mentally. That's the appointment
It's a
I'm
wonderful
talking
thing
about.
if you can afford it.
Well, the
I
year is
think it's
almost
worth
is
taking out
what
that
the
long though.
year is almost in, right? They should be in finals.
Well, it depends on the method of going to school. For example, online schools and traditional,
Okay.
well, brick and mortar schools, they have different setups.
Oh, say it again because you were cutting out
I
right at the
lost you.
last part.
Um, Brick and mortar
We
and
lost her mic,
online
Eddie.
schools have different setups.
There you go.
There we go.
Did y'all
Can
lose
you
me
say all
again?
that again? Because you were your signal was cutting out and it had you freezing, so we didn't hear all of what you said.
Okay, so brick and mortar and online schools have different setups. So the timing would be different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I got one quick question I got to ask you, and then we're gonna go ahead and be done with the cold open, and we're gonna go ahead and get started with the official start with the podcast. I've been meaning to ask you this, Miss Tina, forever. The fish behind you. First of all, is it's not a virtual background, right? It's a
No,
real
that's her
background.
actual fish tank.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, how often are you feeding all of them, and have you named any of them? Because I know some fish people love naming their fish, and I'm like, how can you tell the fish apart?
Well, I used to name them. I haven't had the time. As of late, the last couple of years, I've been wrapped up, but I have not had time to name them. So some of the boys have named some of them, like that red one right there. Um, Elliot named that I think he's vampire. But how often do I feed them? I don't. I have an automatic fish feeder, and I just refill that maybe once a month, and I mix the food so they'll keep it entertaining, so they don't get bored with eating the one type of food. And I just mix it, put it in there, and it feeds them 6 times a day. Sometimes if I want to like see them doing it, the only thing you can really do is watch them eat, because I'm not going to hand feed them. But the big red, those big cookies, you can hand feed them. You can rub them. You can take them out of the water and play with them, look at them. I'm not doing, but can do that with them, and feed them different times of the day, so you can just watch them eat. But I don't have time for it. I just enjoy when I can and watch the automatic feeder feed them.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. I was just curious because I see them. I see them there all the time, and it's beautiful background scenery. So I just had to ask. I just had to ask.
Yeah, that's why
Okay.
I did it, because I'm like, people want to see something other than my face. You don't want to see my face.
All right. All right. We gonna go ahead and get
Ain't
ready to
nothing
get
going on
started
right
with
here.
this.
Nothing.
That sounds like a good point, as best a point as any to go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and get started with the official started with Real Talk Podcast in 3, 2, 1.
This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk, Real Talk. This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk, Real Talk, Real Talk.
All right, all right, all right. And welcome to yet another edition of the Real Talk Podcast. As always, I am your host, Jesse Jones, along with my, for now, temporarily unfired executive producer. Two podcasts in a row. She done did her job. So let's keep this train going. She is the wonderful, the vivacious, the beautiful, the chocolate, God to me. She is the one and only Miss Falana. Say hi to the folks, baby.
Hi, family.
And we got some wonderful guests on here today. Listen, we have been, as and as individuals, we have been on their podcast separately and together for a few different times. This is the first time that we've actually had a real opportunity to really put them on our podcast and get them engaged with our audience so that we can help broadcast them like they have broadcast us. It's been hard because, as y'all know who follow us on the Real Talk Podcast, our technology is not always cooperative. And we still having some issues today, but we said, forget it. We just go ahead and do it. So allow me to introduce. Actually, I'm gonna let my wife do it. Before I get too excited. So go ahead and introduce our wonderful guest, ma'am.
So I'd like to introduce everyone to the Phillips. This is my friend of, we don't want to discuss our age, but we go way back. My sis, my Gage Park alumni, Tina, and her husband, Eddie, and they are podcasters on the Erudition. Did I pronounce that right?
No, you pronounced it right.
Wrong person.
Okay, on the Erudition Network, where you can find them Mondays, Thursdays, and some Saturdays. I see you've been broadcasting on Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
So you can find them in their programs. Look, if you need to know about mental health, you need to be tuning in on Monday. If you need to be getting yourself together to know that you are not crazy, that you're just one of all of us who are out here, you need to be tuning in to Tina on Monday. On Thursdays, it's Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay, on Thursdays, look, they not going to teach our history in school. Point blank. They're even banning it to a certain degree in a whole bunch of states. We have to be our own teachers in our own homes for our black community. And if you need to know more so that you can be a better teacher and a better orator to your family members, then you need to be tuning in on Thursdays and sit down and have these conversations with Eddie.
Yeah.
They are, listen, along with everything that my wife has said, allow me to also put this out there. Eddie and Tina are the founders of the Erudition Network, and when I tell you it's a family affair, it truly is a family affair. I just saw recently you have your boys doing a podcast now as well, and yeah, I'm excited about it because if everybody else can get their families involved and everybody else can do nepotism and family building and stuff like that, we need to start doing that as well. And the fact that they are interested in doing it and love doing it is a wonderful thing. So I would love for all of my Real Talk Podcast listeners, those who are listening to us live, those who are listening to us on Anchor, those who are listening to us on Spotify, those who are listening to the live replay, or those who are even listening to us on YouTube, please check them out. Please subscribe to the Erudition Network. I know they're on YouTube. Please do it on Facebook as well. Please make sure you blast them. Blast them as best as you can. Let your friends know. Check them out. It's great information, great laughs, great fun. We've been on there. We have a blast. They have a blast. It is a wonderful thing. Mm-hmm. This is truly an honor of mine to be able to have y'all bless and grace the Real Talk Podcast, because I see y'all work with, and we trying to get there. We trying to get to where y'all at. We trying to get to y'all steps.
We're trying to step our game up because of y'all. So we just want to give y'all flowers right now, because we would have not been able to do this had we not connected with y'all. Because he had been trying, and the thought was there, and it wasn't happening.
That is, all of these things are facts. I mean, straight facts. And so we are excited, honored, and humbled that you would grace us. So, y'all, we've had a taste of y'all and how y'all do. Let's give y'all a taste of the Real Talk podcast. So go ahead and, or are you trying to share? You want me to tell you want is freezing up. Okay, there we go. It just decided on my end. It just start buffering and circling out of nowhere. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about we could be having technology problems all the time. It just act like it don't want to do
It
it.
happens.
We got Dudley. But here's the thing. Like I have a whole separate modem. We are hardwire Ethernet connected into my laptop. And the signal strength on the modem, it has a display. It says that the signal is very good, but I'm looking at the signal on my Wi-Fi, or excuse me, on my laptop, and it's showing that the Wi-Fi is just barely there. And I'm like, what is going on? This is the stuff that we have. At least we ain't had nothing fall yet. So we trying. We
So far, so
trying.
good.
So
Have
for
you
y'all who are-
have you all tried what browser do you use?
I'm right now. I'm using Chrome. I've tried using Firefox and
Okay.
Edge,
Okay.
and we still get the same problems.
Yeah, because sometimes one of those browsers they'll act crazy. You might have to switch the browser.
Who is your provider? Maybe you need to call them. I know I've had to call the provider so many times.
We have Xfinity.
Well, we have Xfinity, but
We also have a backup,
our
T-Mobile.
backup is T-Mobile. We have
Yeah.
T-Mobile's internet at home. This is exclusively for when we do service and when we do our podcast. We just
But
had
y'all gonna
service.
have to
Just got
resort
back
to
from
that
service.
old school wire hanger.
Like we may have to. We may have to.
And if a lot
It
of you
is.
stand on one foot, just
Right.
hold
Like
up
hold
two
on, hold
hands.
on. Right there, don't move.
But I'm looking so far. I'm looking so far on my phone. 'Cause I'm keeping this tracked on my phone as well. And so far, I'm not seeing a whole lot of buffer. We look like crap. Y'all look good, but we look like crap at the moment. But that's all right. It's
your
as long as as long as stuff can be heard, and we'll have all this buffering. I'm good. But all right. So now that you have shared yours, and I'm blaming you because as soon as you started sharing, it went haywire. We gonna go ahead. We gonna go ahead
Well,
and get
I
started
don't know.
with.
We use our computers. And what you guys are doing, I think you're using like a camera, a separate camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe
I do that because I like the wide shot.
You like to watch it?
Because
Okay.
listen, I'm gonna be honest, and I love my wife, and I know she loves me, but we are not as small as we used to be, and the two of us cannot fit in the shot of this one of this one webcam. That's not gonna work. It's just, and my other co-host, I have what I call I also have what I call the pastors group. So I have two other pastor friends of mine that also co-host with me, and they're not small men either. They are also both. One is about me and a half. The other one is about me and three other me's, and so we're not all gonna fit. and it's for me, it's more fun to have them in house and us be able to interact because we play off each other much better than trying to always stream. So we decided to do that. It's just
I got you.
Well, you have to
But it ain't
think the
been.
idea of why the voice is coming over better than the visual, and it's because it's two separate entities that's trying to Bluetooth in. So that could be it.
I'm hoping it stays good. Like I said, I'm looking at my phone now, and so far,
So far, so good.
so far so good.
Yeah.
I'm just praying that it stay this way for the whole podcast because I like to have fun, and I get frustrated when stuff start going wrong, and it's very visible on my face once I start to get frustrated. So we hoping.
All right.
So go
Well,
ahead, Miss Fernanda.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
let's let our family get to know your family.
We're gonna put
So,
this up just a little more.
Oh, just a little bit closer. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
there we go. Speaking to the mic,
All right.
baby. You know how to do that. Speaking to the mic.
Stop it. Stop it. That's towards the end of the podcast, okay?
Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it. Now she said she. Oh, never mind.
Anyway, so tell us a little bit more about you. So how long have you been married?
Tina would probably get that wrong.
Uh-oh.
Okay, yeah. thought he was gonna say pass it to me and say I say you say because I don't go by that Philanda. I go by when we were in high school when you and I was still in high school and I was dating him.
Mm, it's
Okay.
cop out, but
So
no, Tina will probably get that wrong. We got married. We got married in 1999. So
Okay, but look, he asked
okay.
me
Oh,
to marry him.
that was when I was
He
graduating
asked
high
me to
school.
marry him. So he was
Shut up.
like, when he first asked to court me, he said, I'm not asking just to be your boyfriend. I'm asking if you'll marry me. So don't that count?
See, look at God. Look at God. Was stopping her from saying what she was. I don't know, because what you was talking and it
I
froze
kid
again
you
on you.
not. Like it like froze up as soon as you begin to answer.
I think that was God trying to stop your answer. That's what I think. I think he was like,
It can count because he asked me to marry him when he asked me to date him. He said, I'm not asking to date. I'm asking to marry.
yeah, but that wasn't contractual.
Ah.
You gotta look at the
that don't
Because
contract.
count until the I do was said and there's a
I
marriage
should be
license and
dating, that's
everything.
all. I should have been dating more than just him. That's what it is.
No, if you ask the question of when how long you been married, that means how long is that contract, right? Because anybody could
But
say they've been dating.
if you're asking somebody to marry you and
Oh,
not
now it's doing
date
it to you,
you,
Eddie. Now it's cutting out on you.
then it's like you're
Probably
asking
because
and y'all acting like you married, right? Is it not? Isn't that what a lot of people doing these days?
I'm gonna rephrase the question for you, help you out. Let's do it this way and say, how long has the government of the United States of America recognized the two of you as a union of husband and wife? How long has that been?
yes, that would be 24 years, right? Coming up here, this will be 24 years coming in November.
Okay.
Y'all suck. Y'all suck. Y'all taking away my 7 years.
She was like, I put
My
in 7 years ahead of time.
struggle.
But here's the thing: I've known Tina
Those some struggle years.
since we were little kids, since she was 5 years old. So, yeah, we've known each other our whole life.
But he had the balls up and asked.
Wow.
I got to put this up because your son is hilarious. He says y'all was ready to move things along. No more stalling.
Look, he was like, look, he who finds a wife, look, just go on here. Look, I'm just letting you know. I'm here for a
And
long time,
it
not a
should
good
be
time.
noted that kid did not come along until like 4 or 5 years after we got married.
Y'all was having y'all fun first, and then
What?
It might be three or four.
Because he was born in 2002.
you know what I just realized? Their marriage is a whole Ashley.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all have been okay. I'm gonna give her 7 years the respect that it is due.
No, now you gonna try to do something the marriage long is older than Ashley. No, I ain't gonna let you do that. Our daughter Ashley is 26 years old. She's as old as y'all's marriage. Y'all have a whole Ashley.
All
Crazy.
right.
So I got a question real quick before she goes into her get to know your questions. What was the catalyst that caused you to start the Erudition Network?
So I will say this: I had actually given me the vision to do Erudition 3 years before, many years before. I wanted to. My mother used to always say things to me about teaching, and I didn't want to teach, right? Not because I don't enjoy teaching, but because there wasn't no money in it, right? And to try to support a family, the way they treat teachers and the way they pay teachers would have been very hard for all the education that you have to get. So going in the military, being in the Navy, I had the opportunity to teach all over. So that teaching part has always been important to me. But then even before all of this situation where we've had legislation and everything where people have told folks that you can't teach history and you can't teach kids this and this and that, and hiding behind politics to hide their racist mentalities. God had already
Agenda.
kind of said that, look, we need to this is what needs to be done. Give people, not just my kids, uh, but others, the opportunity to learn things that I was taking for granted that people knew. See, I used to be under the understanding that people who were older knew this history because they lived through it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the thought. And then I
Makes
came to the
sense.
talking to people, realizing what they did not know. And it was shocking to me. Um, and then, the other part of the equation was it's funny because when I proposed during Erudition to Tina and the boys, I wrote up a full on PowerPoint, put an agile
My dude.
scale in there, told them what kind of shows that we may have, to the kind of the timeline that we might want to do. I told them all what they could possibly do, but then I gave stipulations on, okay, I know Tina has a lot of things going on with school, so that would be difficult. So I want you to be prepared that that's a weekly commitment, right? With the
But even
board.
before that, he had an idea, and I said, yeah, okay, let's do it. But he had to go the business route and the lecture route and the example
I
route.
well, you could call it that, but I do things in a very logical method because I also like to. Internet streaming is difficult, and it's also unforgiving because people lie.
Yes.
There's mistruth. Folks come on and they challenge, and if you're not prepared,
Hmm.
you can go and say that an inappropriate thing that they're pushing you to do, or you can find yourself in the hole going, okay, I'm saying something that maybe I really don't mean, but I'm caught, right, and not prepared. So our whole thing for Erudition was to educate, 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 provide people a path and a place that they could go to. That's why the boys have their Erudition generations, right? For young people. Why Tina does her mental health. Why I teach history. And there are other things that we want to do later on. But the fact of the matter is, those are the fundamental things that we wanted to do. Reach out to those who need the help.
All right. All right. So go ahead. And ask you about maybe just give them about two or three, depending
Oh,
on how
okay.
many you want to do. Yeah.
Well, before we go into that, so Tina, what made you want to go into the mental health arena?
Good question.
Well, I've always been in psychology. It was just innate in me. Growing up in church all my life, I would kind of see like a need where people would like say things, and the things that was catching my attention was, um, you know, the acts of the human mind and behavior and how they were behaving to stimuli and things like that. And I wanted to understand it better and put to it. There's a
Mhm.
such psychology. So I was let's to that, but I try to do things, other things like um, computer information systems and programming. So I'm definitely into that. I'm all in with that. But it's still, again, reverted right back to the human mind and behavior because it's humans that's developing this software programming and manipulating the AI, and things like that. So it's like, and those things are mimicking the human mind and behavior. So I was like, if this is going to be big, this is epic. This is more profound than a lot of people are actually are emphasizing. So, and I noticed another one of my interests was business management. So I have a
Mhm.
whole lot of interest. So that's why it all led me to industrial organizational psychology, and that's why I went into that even more so. So it's like it keeps maturing and escalating to the next level, and it all derived from the bare bones of being in church and school at the same time, and having people in both of those arenas um, looking for help that they couldn't find elsewhere. And a
Mhm.
lot of the reason why they couldn't find help is because of things that kept us divided, such as social class, um, the ability to encode, which is to learn and exhibit that you learn. Some people on the spectrum, some people not, and then the social classes, meaning how much you can afford and how much you can afford to pay in order to get the help that you need. So that's why I went into it, because a lot of the stuff that I was doing was more voluntary, but it's good to get paid for what you do. But the
Mm-hmm.
acknowledgments for what you do is still there, because even in my volunteer efforts, I'm still acknowledged in what I do. And even in a lot of times, minorities have a naivete about how to present information. But in that, we also learn from our mistakes and learn from the mistakes of others. So we keep track of what it is we're doing. But later, when somebody else tries to take what you did or manipulate it and call it their own, and it's just a learning process by studying the human mind and behavior. So everything kept reverting back to the human mind and behavior. So there was psychology.
I get it. So currently, you're still in school, hopefully
Yes, I'm a
finishing up your
doctoral
program
candidate.
this year. I'm sorry, your doctoral candidate.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of there. I've done everything, so it's just a matter of getting the team on board with it. And the
Mm.
team are experts that have already, you know, got their PhD. So I'm trying to get mine. So in the era that we're in, I'm finding myself doing a lot of work, and then also having to include the upper administration into pushing this through, and continuing to get it developed in different ways that I've never seen done before, ever.
Yeah. And, and so, well, one more question for Eddie. First of all, you mentioned that I forgot to mention at the beginning. I don't. You're retired from the Navy, right? Still here?
Your mic went out,
I
sir.
muted myself so I wasn't echoing Tina, but
Oh,
no.
okay.
Um, yeah, I spent over 20 years in the Navy, so I'm retired from the Navy.
Okay,
Uh,
so thank you for your service.
no,
Like,
thank you.
we so appreciate you for doing that, because a lot of us, especially nowadays, we ain't trying to do that. But so I do want to give you credit, give you honor where honor is due. Thank you for your service. And one of your other passions is film, right?
Yes, well, I'm film is one of my passions. It's one, yeah, you can say that. I do a lot. I do a lot of things, but
Yeah, I think that's what
I
you
love
said,
it.
Eddie.
what?
Yeah, I love the fact that both of you are heavily involved in all different genres. So that's gonna make, like, it definitely leads to you having an interesting life and a
Yeah.
whole lot of knowledge and a whole lot of perspective.
All right, so
So
we're gonna do one.
I'm gonna do one.
Yeah, we're gonna do
Okay.
one.
You pick it.
You pick it. You,
Okay.
you printed them out.
All right. So aside from your vast amount of knowledge, let's on your human side. What was your last moment of bliss? And when I say bliss, that means no worries, no trouble. Like, what for each of you individually,
Hakuna
what was your last
Matata.
moment of bliss?
What a wonderful phrase.
Because you can't work all the time.
Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze.
Are you done?
Means no worries.
I'm just gonna put it out there since you asked. Moments of bliss for me are
Hmm.
intimate marital moments, and I try to have that as much as often as I can. Because
Oh,
outside of
that's
that,
right.
there are no moments of bliss, because everything is perspective based, and it's like, you keep having to alter your mind. As okay, this sucks, but I got something to look forward to. So call Eddie up.
Yes.
That's
Yes. Let the.
outside of that, I don't do food. As much as I love fishing, that's not getting it. As much as I love interacting with other people, that's not getting it. So that's it for me.
Yes. I think we need to take a quick pause for a second and just appreciate that. Yes, God. Yes. She said as often as she can. Yeah. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I just had to acknowledge the wonderfulness of that statement. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's all on you, sir. You got to come with something good now, because she she became one of the best answers I could ever
I
think
know.
of right there.
I agree with her. I mean, but my bliss is not just it's with my wife, but it is also the fact, like I say, even just last night, just the fact if I can lay down next to my wife, right? People, I think sometimes we take that for granted, to be able to lay next to the person that you love and care about, and just rub their back. It ain't got to be all sexual and but it could definitely just be that connection of caring for the person that you love, right? Now that could lead to other things. I'm not saying it can't lead to other things, but that connection is really, really, really what gives me peace and bliss and makes me happy. When I could sit there and lay there with my wife and then rub her, even though she will not, she has no understanding of time when you rub her back, right? So that should be said.
Clocks are not important at that moment.
Right? But the fact that just to be able to hold, cherish, comfort. Sometimes she'll wake me up. Look, I'm gonna say this. Here's the thing about Tina, right? I've known Tina a long, long time, and even before me and Tina ever started dating, married, or whatever, Tina could annoy me, right? She could annoy me, and when I say annoy, she gets mad that I say it, but it's not a negative thing. Mm-hmm. What I mean is, Tina will wake up or at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning and ask me some metaphysical, psychological, some fantastical question that nobody should be asked at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, I laugh because I say, God, you know what? You got jokes. You real funny, right? Because I can talk to her about it. And then this is the funny part. We'll get into the conversation. I'm rubbing her back. I'm answering her what she asked me. Then she goes to sleep. And I'm like, wait a minute. You asked me a question. And then it's almost, every time I'm like, well, I'm answering your question, but you sleep. Oh, I'm not asleep. No, you sleep, right? So, but I find bliss in that because in the end of the day, it's a conversation that we have. I'm sure my son sometimes are like, why are they talking at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? What's this? But it's whatever.
So with that, we're going to take a real quick commercial break, and I mean super quick commercial break. So we'll be right back after this commercial break from one of our sponsors for Real Talk, and we're going to hit up our first topic.
Hey y'all, what's going on? My name is Marcus, host of Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast, and I do the show with my co-host Candoria Lier. We are based out of Albuquerque, Pennsylvania. On my show, we talk about pretty much any and everything. You can catch our content on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Anchor, and YouTube. So if you ever get a chance, make sure you check us out. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Don't forget to smile. It's a good look.
All right. We back. Shout out to my boy Marcus and the Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast. It's another podcast I have been on a few different times. I'm trying to make sure I can get some time to get him on, but I got to make sure that the topic is right because my boy Marcus, he a whole nother animal. That's my dude. I love him. Love his perspective. I love his mindset on everything. I'm just trying to make sure I find a topic that we can talk about that he won't piss my wife off at the same time. Because
I don't have a temper.
It's not you have a temper. Listen, I know Marcus. Marcus is a provocateur.
That's nice.
Oh yeah. When I tell you, he hit some stuff that I only wish I could hit. Like I could talk about on somebody else's platform. But on my own, because of the who I am and things the folk would be saying or whatnot, I gotta somewhat temper some of the things, and so because he's a provocateur, he will say stuff and doesn't necessarily mean it all the way, but he kind of does, and he's intelligent enough that he backs it up with logical points that you can't argue the logic. You can say that the stuff isn't right or you don't like it or whatever. But you can never say he's just saying it and he don't know what he's talking about.
Gotcha.
He's really, really good at that. And so I got to get him on it, but I got to make sure it's something that he can still do his thing. And my wife not look at me like, I'm gonna kill him or I'm gonna kill you when this is over, because he's that dude. But shout out to my boy Marcus and the Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast. Good people's good podcast. I would tell you when to tune in, but he's like me. He just kind of does it when he can get it in, and so he's trying to be more consistent with it, and he will. But but when he does it, it's fire. So our first official topic for today, and again, we appreciate the Erudition Network for being on the podcast today with us. We're here with Eddie and Tina Phillips, wonderful people, wonderful network, wonderful bunch of podcasts. You need to check out the Erudition Network on Facebook so you can follow all their podcasts throughout the week. So, and I think this is actually kind of, now that I think about it, unintentionally a really good topic to speak about while we have Tina on the broadcast. Like, not that we all can't chime in, but this is something I feel like is really kind of right up your alley because you also deal with mental health and things of that nature. Dysfunctional family and how to deal with dysfunctional family and dysfunctional family members. And when I say dysfunctional family and dysfunctional family members, I'm not necessarily talking about those who may have mental, I don't know if it's mental handicaps or deficiencies. I don't know what the PC word is.
Right.
But the PC word for that thing, where we would say that there are some dysfunctions going on. I'm not necessarily talking about those. I'm talking about, some of the toxic family members and some of the craziness that we deal with in family that overall makes our family experience kind of dysfunctional. So, how do you go about let's do it this way first. Who, without naming the person, just in case they happen to watch or they happen to be on the broadcast at the moment, who is your most who's your most dysfunctional family member? Because we all got one. I can say mine because he ain't ever gonna see this because he ain't on social media. It's Joshua. I can say him, and I love him, But the boy needs, yeah. So, who was your most dysfunctional?
You mean within my family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You ain't got to name the name. You can name the title if you want, but you ain't got to name the name.
Okay, I would say it's always the one that thinks they know and can diagnose everybody else and exclude themselves.
Okay. All right. I like that. Sharice.
Sharice said all of them.
Sharice is one of our members, and she said all of her people.
They running neck and neck.
Brother Eddie, what I almost want to call him Brother Eddie. I'm so used to being formal. I'm trying to take the churchy off. It's hard. Who was your most dysfunctional?
I would say those killers in your family. We all got killers in the family. We call them them generational killers, right?
Really
Those ones who, as people get older, as people get more vulnerable, they prey on them, right? And there are always going to be those individuals who are in your family. Rather you admonish them or not, you have to be wary of them because they are there, right? And it could come down to psychological murder, where they're killing your spirit, your mind every day. It could be spiritual murder, where they're keeping you from a happy, blissful spiritual place. Or it could just be physical, where they play a part in your actual demise by either stealing from you, taking from you, abusing you. So those family members are most dysfunctional and the most, in my opinion, the biggest threat.
See, I took that wrong. I thought when you was talking about,
He's talking about literal killers. Look,
listen, I did. Listen, he said killers.
My father-in-law alone.
Well, he dead, so I can't talk. Listen, I love my daddy, but he dead, so I won't talk about him. That's why I said I ain't got none. Because my daddy's dead, and I love him. And God rest his soul, because he turned his life around, gave it to Jesus, and my two older brothers is saved because we came up under saved mama and daddy. But outside of him, because I don't know the rest. I really don't. I don't know the rest of my family. I know my two older brothers. I kind of, sort of, almost know I guess he's half brother. Is half one wouldn't say
Yes,
daddy? Yeah, okay.
technically half-brother.
Half brother. I know him. I know three of my aunts are on my mother's side, and my cousin on my mother's side. I got a bunch of play cousins, they ain't really cousins. So that's about all I really know of my family. And ain't none of them really dysfunctional all like that, or I'm sorry, killers like that, because I don't talk to none of them.
There's that one aunt.
No, I don't talk to her. So she ain't killer to me. I don't talk to her. Like, you can't be a killer to me if I don't deal with you. I literally don't really have any real contact with any of my family, with the exception of my two brothers now. And that is mostly now because mom and dad just passed. So we have started to band together a little because mom and dad are gone. But outside of that, if it wasn't for that, I barely talk to my two brothers. So and it's really me. I'm the problem. I don't really deal with them. When I left home, I left. Everything that had to deal with home, except mom and dad, I was like, bye. Mom, dad, and my boy Russell, and all three of them dead. So I really wasn't dealing. So so when he said killers, that's why when you was like, everybody got them, and if I don't, and if I do, I don't know them folks. I can't tell you. Now, now dysfunction, I can deal with. I can talk to you about some of that, but the killer part, I get what you're saying though. I really do. Because they're there, but I probably don't know them.
Here's the thing, though, Jesse. The effects of those folks, that's our families, right? But those folks don't just limit themselves to your family. We still deal with those folks in our jobs. We still deal with those folks in our societies. We still deal with those folks in our cultures. When the King made the comment and he said that the shattering blows of the Negro family have made it fragile, deprived, and often psychopathic, right? Because of the things that we have to deal with, and by going through them, the pain that we inflict to others. So even in our churches, even our social groups, in our schools, there's always that dysfunction that, it comes from that family. It comes from how people brought up. So even though it may not be your immediate family, we all dealing with them killers in our own different way.
That's true. Flan, I'm gonna give you the chance to answer the same question. Who is, without naming, although most of them probably ain't watching no way, who is your most dysfunctional family member? Just get the title if you can.
I'm gonna have to side with Sharice. Like I come from a dysfunctional family. Look, I'm part of the problem. Let me just be honest with myself. I'm at some point in my lifetime, I've been a part of the problem. As much as I try to balance it out in my later years as being part of the solution, I'm also a part of the problem. But I think when it comes to dysfunctional family members, I think we have to get away from the premise that it is just people who we come from the same bloodline. Like our family and being dysfunctional, our family, especially nowadays, our family is what we make it out to be. For all intents and purposes, our family right now is us, Ashley, soon to be Jacob once they go ahead and tie the knot, and Layla. Like that's our immediate family.
And I wouldn't call none of y'all dysfunctional. Crazy maybe, but not dysfunctional.
Crazy, but yeah. But so that is, our family is the two of us getting together and combining and making a family for ourselves when we come from families that are,
crazy,
a little oppositional to deal with. That's a good best way to say it. But I think part of dealing with dysfunctional, and especially what Eddie was talking about, those killers, is establishing our own family and how we live our lives. Like, for instance, like I can speak to my family. I come from a family where what's a good way to clean that one up? One of our generational curses is sexual immorality. Like I come from a whole line of people who just cannot do right. And for me, I could say I'm one of the first. That's okay.
It's Real Talk Podcast. Anything goes on here. Everything and anything happens. So you are right.
But no. So when it came down to like me and a few other of my cousins who really started getting back on the train of being married, like marriage wasn't really a thing for us. Like the older generation was, and then like the next generation after them had saw a whole bunch of the shenanigans and foolishness that went on with them, and they did not get married. And so then they turned around and had us, and then we started to get married, and now our children are married, or getting married. So it's just, making family what it was supposed to be, and not,
Supposed to.
you know, right, how God ordained it to be versus, you know, and so is my uncle and my cousin and my daddy. Stuff gets
Yeah.
weird. But for me, like it is one of those where you have to make a decision for yourself what is healthy for you and what is not.
So that
And
Agreed.
aligning yourself to what is good for you and getting away from stuff that is not.
so that becomes a question then. When you have dysfunction around you, and assuming you're not dysfunctional, which is a whole nother issue in itself, people learn to admit that they have dysfunction in them. When you come from dysfunction or have dysfunction all around you, how do you then successfully identify what is healthy? Because most people who come from dysfunctional families and are dysfunctional, that's healthy for them until somebody points out and shows them otherwise, or maybe they decide to get some wisdom and get therapy, and that therapy begins to point out all the dysfunction that's in them. So how does one, aside from therapy, and believe me, I'm an advocate of therapy, but how does one, aside from therapy, begin to determine what's healthy for them? Because even to get therapy takes a modicum of recognition that something is off that I need help with.
Tina?
Yeah, that's absolutely a good question for you, Miss Tina.
Yeah, that is a good question. And it's not so much of they don't know it's healthy or unhealthy. It's the matter of the fact that they're conditioned by their environment or their loved ones or just trying to get along and fulfill their hierarchy of human needs. A lot of times, identifying it really is more about identifying a group of people who also identify as that more desirable behavior, and you move over to that circle and move away from the other circle because it's uncomfortable for you and you know it's wrong and you don't want to go along to get along anymore. So it's not to say that they don't know, more so than they're just like, okay, look, I'm tired of this, I'm done with this, or I'm older now and I can get away from it. Um,
Hmm.
so I don't think that it's that they think that it's healthy, more so than it's just, okay, look, I've had enough of this, or I'm finally able to get out the house, I'm grown now, deuces, stuff like that.
Okay. Um, so how do you deal with dysfunctional family members? Like, it's
At a
Thanksgiving.
distance, at a
At a
distance.
distance?
I mean, a lot of
Sometimes it
people have
requires a
a
distance.
misconception that they shouldn't deal with them at all. Like when the QAnon theorists came out, and you had all these people, the homes are breaking up, and I felt really bad because I did know some of the people, and I knew them before they were um, adapting that new ideology. But those family members started to pull away from him because they were like, look, you're going the wrong way. I'm not going to deal with you at all. I can't be affiliated with you. I can't be seen even dealing with you, even though you are my mother, even though you are my father, even though you are my brother or my close in home family member. I have to now deal with you from a distance. And really, I did an episode on loving people through it because it's not to say that it's just them that's the problem. It's you that's the problem as well. It's a give and take there. The way you deal with it is you can't seem like you get going along with them because they are going in the wrong direction if it's something that's hurting them or hurting you. So you deal with them according to positive and negative response. If they're doing what you want them to do, you deal with them. When they're no longer doing what you want them to do, then you don't deal with them. And then they'll relearn how to get along with you with that song and dance, and then you'll be back to be able to be more close again. That's how you deal with it.
All right.
What about you, Eddie?
Yeah, because I was gonna say you look like you got something to say. You had I heard that because that's to me that's the sound of I got something.
So my issue with Black family, and I think to everything that all of you all said is that, we I have to look at it from a historical baseline. And one of the issues with more so than any culture in this country, African Americans, Black people, however you want to term yourself, the children of the slave, we have a different path in this country. We have a different path because of the things that happened to our ancestors in the country. Not the same as those people who just traveled over here in ships uh, because they wanted a better life. No, our ancestors were brought over here, over here. They were assaulted, they were abused. So when you look at that, what causes Black families dysfunction? When you look at the disgust, the anger, the physical, verbal, psychological abuses, the infidelities, the I don't want to deal with these kids. So the emotionally distant folks who don't want to even communicate. And then the partnerships that are mutually disabling because neither one of the partners have tried to align themselves or get some help to break the conditioning or generational curses that they have. It leaves us broken. And a lot of broken comes because of our ancestors who were broken. The father that you had to look at was the massa, right? He was the big daddy, the papa, right? But if your papa that's calling himself daddy is coming in and raping your mama and your sister sometimes at the same time, if the papa is killing your brother, your uncle, and your father, right? That creates a sense of dysfunction that we have never really tried. We have never really fully got a resolution for. And so generations, because a lot of people don't realize we're not even a full 3 generations outside of slavery, right?
That's
So
facts.
and the reality is that the great great grandmama who saw her parents abused, right? He didn't really understand how to communicate that with her children, with her man. The father who had been the father of 10, 15 kids, right? Because he watched other men go and impregnate other women for the master, right? How do you learn to be a stable man that raises your family? You can have a family on the other side of town because that was permissible then, right? And your father and your grandfather told you that's what you could do, boy. So we have to understand that unless we start to admonish these things, unless we start to look at that history and the psychological ramifications of that history. So I'm not dismissing what Tina is saying. These things have to be taught, and it's the reason why they don't want us to learn about our history and what was forced upon us and what we had to go through.
So I'm
Did
gonna
I
read
answer that?
off the. Yes, yes, sir, you did. And I'm gonna read off what your son has placed as well. He says they know by observing and comparing the lives of others to their own, which provokes a sense of peer pressure, instilling a desire to leave the dysfunction to be accepted by their peers.
Good
How,
point,
how do y'all respond to that?
Tina.
I think she's frozen. Yep.
She looked at you.
Had to- and it was a great look on your face as you were frozen.
Well, so here's the thing. They want to leave the dysfunction. I do believe that everything that Teddy is saying is right. But how do you leave something, right? If the dynamics of your family require that to communicate, we got to disrespect each other, right? We got to talk down to each other, right? So there's no trust in the father, there's no trust in the mother, there's no trust in siblings, right? And ridicule becomes the conversation of your home, right? It becomes something that you're used to. So how do you have a productive relationship, right, with anyone when everything that you've been taught, right, tells you that to show love, I may have to beat that woman, right? To show love, I might have to misuse that man, take his money, right? I might have to tear him down to make him feel like he can't go get nobody but me, right? All of these mutual disrespects and angers and violations that become the norm. Now, what happens is we don't just live in our homes. So when children leave out of these homes, right, and they go to school, go function at jobs or whatever they are, they're taking all of that dysfunction right along with them. So they might get out here. Until we used to tell our sons, you might get out here and co-sign something and get the hell out of you, right? Because you thinking, I get away with it in my home, I get away with my mama and my daddy. Why can't I tell this woman this? Why can't I tell this man this? Until they put hands on you, right? Mm-hmm. So these dysfunctions are deep. They are copied, like, you know, as he said, and they're peer pressure too, because it can come from the outside as well as it can come from the inside. That should be said also.
Yeah, so going back to being conditioned, there's many different ways to be conditioned, but the way to correct that behavior is, again, with positive and negative responses to it. I can deal with you if you're doing what I need, what I like, and what I can deal with. Other than that, I have to love you from a distance until you get the understanding that this is a back and forth, and it reconditions that person to behave in a desirable method to be with you. So yeah, it's different ways to be conditioned and to be motivated and fulfill those hierarchy of human needs, like the feeling to belong and get along with your peers and peer pressure. These are things that motivate you to be conditioned in a way that's desirable for who it is that you're trying to be around.
Mm-hmm. I think I had a really good real life example of that. So I have this uncle, and I'm not gonna say his name. He don't build social media, but I'm not gonna say his name anyway. And his normal conversation with members of the family, like he'll call you at 3 a.m. just to cuss you out. And many of my family members will tolerate this kind of behavior. And I had to sit him down. Like after I got grown, I was like, "Look, hey, let me reintroduce myself to you." Because I think you know me and you don't. So let's sit down and really have a conversation so I can tell you who I am and why your behavior will not work with me. Because just because we have the same blood running through our body don't mean that I won't cut you off. I will not tolerate your disrespect. I have not did this to you, and it is unacceptable that you treat me like this. So if you want to have a conversation with me, and you value me as a human being, and you say that you love me, then you need to hear me out, and I will treat you accordingly. Because if this is the conversation you come with me, come at me with, then trust and believe this is the same kind of thing that you're gonna get back, and you really don't want that. Like I'm really not in that space and time. Like I want to love you. I want to give you the honor that is due because you are my uncle and you are one of my elders. But if you cannot give this thing, if this can't be a reciprocal relationship, then there either won't be a relationship at all, or trust and believe me, I will make your skin crawl. Don't do this. Like this is not how you want to interact with me. And from that time on, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you say you love
No, I love that.
Yeah, so from that time on, like he will do it to my mother, which is his sister. He will do it to my sister, but to this day, he never comes at me with that. Matter of fact, the only time that he will call me, it is to genuinely because somebody needs to be prayed for, or he just wants to have a conversation about a positive topic, like. Because I think, especially when we're kids growing up in our family and dealing with our elders, they think that that's because that behavior was acceptable for them, that should be acceptable for us. And all of us weren't raised that way. I was like, that's not me. not to say that I'm better than anybody at no point. I said, but no, my mom just raised me differently. And as an
And even if
adult,
you were
I
raised
know,
that way and you decide that that's not for you, then you decide that's
right,
not for you, and that follow through that you giving them is helping them to understand to do what you want.
right. I tell them, I was like, I'm not going to give people on the street or allow people on the street to give me the same level of respect of at least getting an opportunity to get to know me. And you, because you're a family member, because we have the same bloodline or come from the same bloodline, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to right out of the gate disrespect me just because of that. Get to know me and then deal with me accordingly. Now, if it's some stuff you don't like about me, cool beans. So be it. If I did you wrong in any old kind of way and you treat me accordingly, cool beans, no problem. But do not out of the gate without knowing me. I'm not going to give you the opportunity to disrespect me. And at the same time, I'm not going to disrespect you. Yeah, this may have been who you were in the past, but tell me who you are now, because people change and we evolve over time. And if we could do that same thing on our job with our coworkers and with strangers we meet on the street in our social settings, then what is the problem with that being okay? With that being not the standard for our family?
Hmm.
So
It's a good point.
it is. It is. Here's a question I have, because I'm just a question person at this point. I like topics like this where I can just lay back and ask questions and let everybody else talk, because I talk too much all the time anyway. So here's my question for you, and I'm gonna preface this by saying I don't mean no disrespect to Chicago, nor am I talking about all of
My goodness.
Chicago. No, but hear me out. I promise you, it's not an attack on Chicago. I promise. However, it is. So here's my question for all of
It's three
y'all
against one
Chicago,
today.
and this is why it's the perfect opportunity to ask that. So for all of you all from Chicago, and your answer, I believe, will help other people who are not from Chicago, but I preface it with Chicago. That way I can get the blood boiling in the answer as well. What did it mean for you all and to you all to be able to make it out of that type of dysfunction that Chicago stereotypically is? And knowing that you're from the South Side, there is
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
too.
Chicago. There is a lot of dysfunction on the South Side of Chicago. Look, but don't look at me like that. Listen,
That's a
Here we
it is
stereotype.
go.
not.
Here we
You have
go.
taken me there now.
Right.
She is taking me to Chicago, trying to tell me, there ain't no about
You was
dysfunction on the South
fine.
Side.
I wasn't gonna let
because
nothing
I
happen
know
to
how to
you.
operate outside of dysfunction with my knife and with my ability to say, I will take your life quicker than you'll take mine. So anyway, I'm sorry, Facebook. Y'all ain't supposed to hear that. Just act like y'all don't hear that. Facebook is already trying to act like they don't like me anyway. They ain't let me tag nobody
You're gonna
for
get shadow
24
banned.
hours.
Keep it up.
Anyway, but what did it mean to get out of that type of dysfunction to a place where, in the separate places that we all live, where you can just kind of, even if it's not that deep of a breath, but just kind of breathe a little bit, because even I can speak about Columbus. It's dysfunction in Columbus, but I don't think it rises to the level of the dysfunction in Chicago in the same way. Like, there's a lot of dysfunction in Columbus, Ohio. Lots of it. But it doesn't, in the same manner, rise to the same level of dysfunction that Chicago does. So getting out of that to a place where I had to worry about these things that's dysfunctional, to a place where I no longer have to worry as much about these things. What did that mean?
Y'all
Well,
want to go first?
I like to start with that one because I'm from the south side of Chicago, Eddie from the west side. So we
No, I'm
always
not.
do this whole south side, west side.
And they said,
But
don't
I'm
give me
gonna
West Side.
say, being a woman, it's like we have that problem no matter where we go. That's just the norm. It's like it's hard for us to breathe. We can lock the doors, put chairs up against the doorknob, and all that stuff before we can breathe. We go to the bathroom, can't breathe, especially public restrooms, and we can't breathe. I mean, so it's like, do you really escape it? Is it really a time where you can really breathe? When I was in Chicago, living in Chicago, you know, uh, really the only times I could really breathe was in church because back then, you can escape to church and, nod off. I'm not trying to nod off in service, but, get a little nap
It
and
happens.
be all right, in public. And a lot of times, it might be because I lived alone. I had my own apartment, and sometimes I couldn't sleep because I don't know who's trying to get up in here. And then it's like, not just that, but it's like it's always something that's going on that you have to be hyper vigilant of. It's not just Chicago; it was everywhere. My brother, he was in the military, and he would always want me to come to where he is, so I traveled with the military even before I married my husband. And even in those locations, it was always a matter of hyper vigilant. You got to be hyper aware of your surroundings. It may be different for men, but for a woman, it's always been there. And it doesn't matter if I live in Chicago, South Side, or I'm on the West Side visiting, or I'm in Florida visiting, or wherever I am. I'm always watching my back and whoever I'm talking to. I'm always looking like, okay, just stay arm distance. That's why I'm like that. I don't like hugs and stuff like that because I need to see your hands. I need to see what you're doing. What are you doing? That's just the way I am. And it is because, I'm more concerned about my safety and my well being and my person as opposed to your happiness and what you want to do. It's never changed. It doesn't matter your location, the area you in, and if you're not in a good neighborhood, move to another neighborhood. So really, I had to function on 79th and Kingston. I had an apartment by myself over there. I had to function. You just go there during the daytime and just, act just as ghetto and about it as they do. Because when it come down to it, fight or flight gonna kick in, and somebody might have to go down, and whoever win. That's all it is.
Eddie, because I saw your face on part of it. I saw the eyes get big on part of it. So,
Well,
so go ahead.
I don't think it's just. I don't think that it's just. How do I preface this? Okay, so Chicago has its problems, right? New York has its problems. Detroit has its problems. Different places, but I equate it to trauma, right? Because here's the thing: if you grow up, and she says I'm from the West Side. I lived on every side of Chicago for the first part of my life. We moved from the North Side to the South Side to the suburbs, back to the South Side to the West Side. I was everywhere. Um, and one of the major reasons why we had to move to the suburbs was because one of my uh, dysfunctional family members, a cousin of ours, kicked off a gang war with my stepfather and my uncle. They had nothing to do with it when he decided to throw down a gang sign of a rival gang on the north side, who will remain unnamed. But in doing that, uh, when my father and my uncle came back home later that evening, about 10 men ran from the corner of the neighborhood, shooting into the back of the apartment complex, trying to kill my father and my uncle. And my uncle, who was affiliated with gangs, was very worried that they were just gonna come bust in these doors because my grandmother lived in this apartment complex, my auntie did, we did. Um, but here's the thing, growing up under those types of trauma, right, where we had to be snuck out because they sent the message to my mother through my younger uncle that they knew how me and my sister got on the bus to go to school, right? And having to be not having a full understanding of being put into a car late in the middle of the night, sneaking through the alley and being taken to Aurora, Illinois to go live there for the next 2 years and spending months having to sleep on your uncle's floor in a very small apartment. Those traumas stay with you. And so I think no matter what you go through, growing up, living through those situations, you see the things going on in Chicago, the violence and other places, that trauma, once you get away from it, once you leave that area of trauma, say you go to Columbus, say you come out here to Denver, say you move to Las Vegas, it's going to feel different for you because the place where you were traumatized has changed. Doesn't mean that the place is better. It just means it's not the place where I traumatize. It's not the place where I see people who I know, right, who are going through hell or bringing it to my house, right? I can get away from them. I can live in my own little environment, my own ecosphere, and I don't have to worry about them knocking on my door at 3 in the morning, morning talking about the gangs are chasing me, right? Where if my kids are gonna be okay because cousin such and such did something stupid. Tia made a point. It's the conditioning, right? It's the conditioning. And once you strip people of their natural understanding or natural roles that as God gave us, and they get into a survival mode, oh man, anytime you can get away from that, you go better.
And that's kind of the point that I was making when I was asking the question, because I know you all, the three of you all are from Chicago. Let me give you a chance to answer as well. But that's the kind of point I was making. It's not so much that Chicago is so bad, but I want to get the blood boiling because I want you to think about the dysfunction that you were in Chicago as opposed to where you're at now. That's why I said I know all places have their dysfunction, but it's like Eddie so eloquently put it, it's a different kind of dysfunction, because the dysfunction and the trauma that you dealt with in Chicago is not present in the same manner that it is where you're at, because the people who perpetrated it are not there. If you had bad experiences with police in Chicago, those officers are not in Denver, they're not in Atlanta, they're not in Columbus. There are still horrible police officers all over the country. They just don't have the same name. And so it's a different kind of dysfunction. You see what I'm saying? So that's why
sometimes
I was
those
asking.
people are actually there. I've seen a lot of like Chicago people here in Colorado, and what I've seen is a lot of people, they take the opportunity to be in a different location to change their persona, change who they are, change
Uh-huh.
how they behave. And that's great because, yeah, they are there. For example, a good example, police get fired or they leave before they get fired and they go to a different location. That's their opportunity to change who they are. College students go to college and they take that opportunity to change who they are or what people see them as. So, yeah, they're there. They're definitely there.
Yeah, I think that's the case, especially like being down here in Atlanta. Like if I swear, like half of Chicago picked up and moved down here at some point.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of us down here. Like I know,
Where
like
you
at
guys
least
go? You disappeared.
oh, we had a camera issue, so he gonna be off camera for a minute.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so like I know at least 3 people that I went to elementary school and high school with who went to Gage Park with us who live here.
What?
Yeah, Crystal Jackson, she'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, she lived down here.
The twin, Rodney.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ronnie and
Now.
Crystal. Yeah, Crystal lives down here. But like, I think while we were in it, at least for me, I can speak from my experience. Growing up in Inglewood and West Inglewood and the Roseland community, like for me, I didn't think it was a bad thing. It was just a thing. It was normal to me. Like worst case scenario, well, one of the worst case scenarios. So this guy got killed with an axe in front of our house. My mom saw it happen and was like, okay, somebody in the block called the police. We lived around the corner from the police. The police station was right there on 61st and Racine. And, the police were called, but it took them a minute to get there. I was like, we could have walked around and took y'all the body for this matter, as long as it took them to get there.
Right?
But we still had the function. So my mom was like, nobody go out the front door. Everybody go out the back door. We just existed. It just was a thing.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, and that in my opinion is a really good example of how women constantly have to do function despite whatever's going on around us. We just because like you said, your mom was like, look, I still gotta raise my kids. Look, my kids still gotta go where they gotta go. I still gotta be mom at the end of the day. So you constantly trying to work around and trying to find some way around to do what you gotta do. That's a great
Right.
example.
Yeah, but like that's how we were trained. And I think a lot of people think of like, oh no, that's a horrible story. You're so traumatized. No, because like realistically, it made me who I am. So when I moved to Columbus by myself, being a single mom with a 5-year-old, I'm sorry, she was 6-year-old, Like the stuff that they was doing didn't even phase me. I was like, this is weak. That's not really even gang banging. I think y'all saw some stuff that y'all saw on TV and y'all think that this is what gang bangs look like.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
right. I'm like, I was like, this. I'm so unfazed by that. Like realistically, I'm like, oh, look at you. You're cute. Oh my God, look, your little gang banging, so cute. Like, I think when I realized it was an issue or that maybe that wasn't the norm for everybody else is like a small thing. Like especially like I would walk down the street and white people would speak. They'd be like, "Hi, how are you? How's your day?" And I'd be like, "Whoa, who you scared me?" I didn't know how to react to that. Like the first couple of times, like I literally, like I was like, what? Hey, what's up? And then like more and more people kept doing it. I was like, whoa, okay, y'all need to stop coming at me like that. I was not ready. Like
'Cause you're vigilant.
me, yeah. I'm like, this not normal. Like one time me and my daughter were walking from the grocery store and we were carrying grocery bags and a woman pulled up on us. It was a woman, just a little old woman pulled up on us and was like, "Oh, do you need a ride home? Are you okay?" And I was like, "Oh, absolutely not. You go somewhere, go." We trying to do kidnap. I don't know you like that. But she legit, like, come to find out like months later that she was actually one of my neighbors who had been seeing me with my daughter, and she genuinely just wanted to give me a
That's
ride.
nice.
Now, right, I was like, that is unacceptable behavior to me. You came at me way too hard, too fast.
And it's like we
Right.
try to convey to them that, what do you mean that's that's too much? This my life, this my norm. And it's like
Right.
I've been carrying this burden all my life, and now you telling me it's too much. Now I don't understand what you're saying.
Well,
Right.
but black women, it's a different thing too with black women because, you all, and I'm trying, y'all, trying not to go historically on y'all. I'm trying to just give you a thought.
No, go ahead and do you. You all right.
You good.
But I'm going to just say that historically, right, black women have been put into a situation where your matriarchal influence, impulses, and everything, right? You have to learn how to live through a system. I know it hates the word system, but live through a system in this country that traditionally, historically, has victimized your husbands, your sons, and your daughters, and it makes you very hyper vigilant because your grandmothers, the different parts of the family, we're conveyed these stories. We see these things, and how susceptible to violence things that you can be as a woman. But also, then what's that influence, and what can I do if somebody does something to those I love, right? I'm reminded of a Tyree Nichols situation that just happened, where they chased that young man down, 3 doors down from his mother's house, and he's screaming for his mother, right? In a helpless way while I'm lying here being beaten to death, right? And his mother said that when it happened, she had went in the room and she felt like something was wrong. There are truthful things that black women, and I'm not saying any other culture doesn't go through things, but historically you all have had to deal with that no other culture, except maybe the indigenous people, have ever had to deal with.
And I would honestly also argue, really, to be honest, I don't even think indigenous women went through like black women went through and go through.
I agree with you, Jay.
Because legitimately, yes, they were raped like black women were raped. And I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to say that word either. Facebook get ready to try. They really gonna try and ban me now. They were taken advantage of
SA.
on no, because I don't want to use that term because that softens it. They were brutally taken advantage of without their consent, like black women have been throughout history. But the difference is, to me, is that afterwards they were made to be unalive, whereas black women were done it continually for sport. Like the indigenous people, their tragedy and their eradication was more about, we want what you have.
Mm-hmm.
And for us and black women in particular, it wasn't really about we want what you have. It's you're our toy and we're going to do with you whatever we want to. And so I know it's not necessarily popular to say, and people begin to call it the victim Olympics and all that other kind of garbage because they want to silence our trauma. I truly believe that our people in particular, black women, are more subjugated and have done worse than any other people on the face of the planet. Like
I
it is
completely,
it's bar none.
yeah, percent agree with you. When you were talking, it made me think about, when Toni Morrison wrote "Beloved," right? And Toni Morrison was being interviewed about her choice in writing. And I showed my kids recently an interview where this white woman asked Toni Morrison, "When are you going to write from the perspective of people that are not black?" And she she kind of basically told her, "The fact that you even asked me that, and they don't realize, maybe you don't realize how racist that is. The voice of the black woman has been stifled. It has been stifled even now to a larger extent by this country. Um, she's had to make decisions that no other um, culture has had to make. And when Toni Morrison wrote "Beloved," where you think about a woman who would be willing to kill her child before allowing that child to be enslaved. And that wasn't just something to write in a book. There are documented historical facts of that happening, right? Um, Killing themselves, having to watch their babies get taken from them that they will never see again. When we look at all of those historical facts, and our subject we're talking about tonight, a dysfunctional family, she has been required to keep that family going, even though she could have been maligned by black men, white men, or anybody. I don't have any problem with a black woman feeling hypervigilant. We should never have a problem with her feeling that she can't trust. We ask ourselves, why does she feel that way? And do everything we can to try to make her feel comfortable. But when we talk about molestation, incest, rape, right? Those things that are taboo in the black community that we don't like to talk about, but everybody seen somebody or known somebody who talks about it eventually, maybe it's
because we
painful.
have that that unwritten rule that what happens in the house stays in the house.
Yep.
Which is quite possibly the most dysfunctional statement that any family or any person could make. And I've had friends of all races, ethnicities, creeds, and colors, and I promise you, I don't know any other people that have that mindset of what happens in the family stays in the family. Keep it under wraps and cover it up, and you'll be okay. Everybody else, and this is just my experience, every
But I'm
other
going to have to
race
tell
and
you
things
that
I've dealt with
it
is
is out there. It is out there, especially among the Muslim faith. You see it more in the faith aspect more so than in the cultural aspect because Muslims can be Turkish, it can be anybody, but you see it more in the people's faith and the practices of their faith than you do in a particular culture. But yes, it is out there in different cultures. That is one of the things because incest is a global concern. Um, um, not that we're not gonna say the R word like you said, but having non-consensual sex forced on a woman is a global concern. It's not just a cultural concern. So these problems are shown in studies where it's not just exclusive to one culture or even one environment. It's everywhere. It's global.
I stand corrected.
I know y'all feel like, hey, you being singled out. I know that. I feel it. But it's not just us, it's everyone. And it's not just in one particular class. Because you got rich folks out, they got a lot of, ah,
I am so grateful for the echo right now because you have frozen, but I was able to hear most of what you said through Eddie's mic. So can you repeat a little bit of that again so the folk can hear you better? Because I know they probably couldn't hear you like I could.
Okay, do what? Oh, that it's global. I know it feels like we're singled out, like our experiences are exclusive to our African American culture or even African culture. But global studies exhibit that this is a global problem where people are forced to be in sexual relationships that they would otherwise not choose to. It is not just incest or the R word that we won't say. It is global, that these are some concerns that are being noted in studies, and it's mostly observed when people have faith that they're practicing, that they want to keep those things under, under the rug. And when they want to say, well, what goes on here, what happened here, just keep your mouth shut about it. And the rich people, they can pay people to not say anything. Like, some Trump is going through a litigation right now where that was a common practice where you would do something and you'll pay somebody for their silence or their decorum. Let's say you paying them for to be yeah,
Their discretion.
for their discretion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but really, it's not exclusive to a culture, a social class, or an economy, or a particular era in time. This is something that's been an ongoing concern. People just try to, not talk about it because they don't want to overemphasize it. Maybe they don't want to um, it's a wound. They don't want to, rip the scar off of the people that's had the problem or whatever. It's many reasons why a lot of people say, shh, don't tell nobody. So I know why we feel like our experiences are exclusive to us. Studies show otherwise. And it's not just white people, black people, Indians, or whomever you may feel like it's just exclusive to you. It is a global thing. And that's why sometimes I like to tell people that these are the familiar spirits that we're all battling, and we don't acknowledge it as familiar spirits because we want to talk in the natural realm as opposed in the spiritual realm. But there's no real other way to explain what's happening on this side of the planet is happening on this side of the planet other than to say just some familiar spirits that we're battling.
That's right.
I'm gonna push back on that a little bit. I'm gonna
All
push
right.
back on it. I agree with you. I agree with you that there is global studies that suggest this. And I know for a fact that incest happens in some of these rural families, and it has happened for time immemorial. So that's not um, a shock to me. But the only thing I'm going to push back on is that there is a reason why we should feel that it does affect us, especially our women, our black women. And it is because I did a show a couple of weeks ago talking about the suffragists and
Mm-hmm.
how the women went out to go march, do all this stuff for equal rights. But when it came down to black women, they were really quick to like throw them off to the side, right? And that equal women's suffrage, as we're taught in our schools and everything, and we praise all of these women, white women. Nobody talks about Ida B. Wells, Sojourner Truth, or all of these people. You know why they don't? They don't talk about them because they're a disqualifier for you, right? Yeah, she's a woman, but she ain't our woman. It's the same disqualifier that marks as black men. And when you look at phrases, I keep a phrase on my desk. I keep several little phrases on my computer, and one of them that's sitting here right in my face is Thomas Jefferson, third president of the United States, and talking about the same man who was sleeping with his dead wife's uh, black half sister, right? Who was born
Mm-hmm.
because she, the mother was, or the father had raped the mother, right? So not only was her mother sexually assaulted, but then also she was left in the care of her sister's husband, who went and had children, black children with her into slavery. And Thomas Jefferson wrote, when he talked about black people, black women and men, that love seems to with them to be an eager desire. It's not a tender or delicate mixture of sentiment sensation. His thought was that we just wanted to have sex and we should be used for sex. When you look at black women that way, and it's been that way, an accepted way, because Thomas Jefferson was considered to be this educated genius, right? Still talking about him today. These are the things that have been left to us in our history, in our training, in our schools, right? In our science, in our philosophy, in our psychology, in our sociology. And so, unfortunately, I have to push back because, yeah, in a country like, say, Iran or in some parts of the Middle East, it may be perfectly acceptable by their sovereign law for you to go marry your sister. But in America, and what they consider to be civilized society, that's their term, not mine, right? Those things are supposed to be illegal. But that didn't mean that it didn't happen and that it doesn't still happen.
But just because it's legal don't mean that the woman wanted it or liked it or would prefer it.
I'm not making that statement. What I'm saying is, right, we got to hold where we live, America, to its law, right? If America says it's illegal for me, it's illegal for you. It shouldn't be, yeah, let's pay them off and let's forget about it. Let's keep it in our house and let's not say nothing about it. It should be something across the board because this is what America established, right? That's what I'm saying. And let's not knock the fact that they still do it to us. Black women are still getting grabbed off the street. They're still vanishing, right? These things, these sexual assaults are still happening. And black women and black men are feeling like they got to go marry outside of their race because they got this mentality that if they go outside their race, they're going to get better, right? It's going to be better. So it's a lot. It's a lot.
That you know what? That's a good point. Here's what I want to do because that's to a smaller degree, to a kind of degree ties into our next topic. Some of the things that you said, not totally, but it kind of ties in a little bit. So I want to take a quick break, hit up one of our sponsors real quick from the Real Talk podcast, and come back with that as we deal with what I'm going to call for today the Real Talk hot topic. Because I feel like what you were talking about in terms of what they're able to do to us becomes acceptable, and I feel like it kind of ties into a lesser degree the hot topic that we have with what's going on in the world today, that, well, at least in this country anyway, that's been big news for the last 3 or 4 weeks that should have fizzled out but hasn't fizzled out because we have some people in office and married to office saying dumb stuff about it too. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with the Real Talk podcast.
My name is Amanda. I'm the owner of the G-Spot Accessories and More. And I have been doing this since August of 2020. I wanted to start my business because I didn't see anyone else doing what I was doing. I wanted to just step out on faith and make couples happy, other people just spice up their sex life. My business is basically for single people, married people, just anybody. 18, they can be 79, I don't care, but if it makes them happy and pleases them, I'm perfectly fine with it. What separates my business from other competitors are I am very convenient. You can reach out to me at any time. I don't mind meeting you, shipping it. Just openly to please you. Whatever you need, I'm there for it. So, quality, the toys, they're A1. I have like no problems out of them at all, and other people don't. But everything is just amazing. So my items or products are for everyone, whether you're gay, straight, couple. I have a little bit of everything. Well, I have dildos, I have pocket pussies. I have 2-head dildos. Whatever you need, I have it. Where there's pheromone, lubricant. I try to have a little bit of everything. Swings, so just to lighten up stuff and just have your night enjoyable and one you will always remember.
All right. We back. The look on Tina's face is wonderful.
We're gonna talk about that commercial.
You've seen the video of it before.
Yeah, I've seen the video before, but this is the first time I really listened to it all the way through. And
No.
Commercial placement. As
No.
Producer before I get fired again.
Yeah, no, you. Well, in that case, you were already fired because here's.
People need their equipment.
Yeah.
Hey,
They sure do.
Talk about your moment of bliss. You know what I'm saying?
However, as I was taking my break, as I was taking my break, right, and I was doing the break things while we was on break and getting my refill, which I haven't gotten to pour.
This not a family show.
It's Real Talk. We talk about all kinds of things on Real Talk. That's why when we go live, we're always 7 p.m. on. But here's kind of the wonderful thing of it for me. Like, so
I've been
as I
fired
was
a
thinking
lot,
about it,
Nicodemus, a lot.
as I was thinking about it, like before, Nicodemus, she been fired for like 74 different times. So I was thinking about in terms of even with the topic that we're going. Here's why that commercial was suited for where we're at, even in our commercial, right? Watch this. If we were a white podcast, that commercial wouldn't faze anybody. If she was a white business owner, shout out to my friend Amanda out there in Mississippi doing her thing, they wouldn't flinch, and I can prove it. Howard Stern done these type of things forever. Nobody bats an eye. Don Imus. And I'm talking about terrestrial radio. I'm not talking about internet radio podcasts like we're doing. I'm not talking about Sirius XM or nothing like that. Don Imus did stuff like this forever. Nobody flinched. There was a radio show that's no longer on the air called Opus and Andy. I used to listen to them all the time. They were hilarious. They would do shock type of stuff like this all the time. Canceled? Nobody flinched. No, you know why they got canceled? Because they came at the Catholic Church. They did a prank at the Catholic Church in one of the
the one that did that with the couple
in New York, which is like outside of the Vatican. You don't do stuff like that at the Catholic Church in New York. That's why they were canceled. Like, it's not so when they do it, yeah. When we do it, we got to make sure you put it in the right proper place and make sure it's palatable for the people and put it here so that the things can do. And it really shouldn't be, because at the end of the day, here's what I see when I see that commercial, right? Aside from the fact that she's a good friend of ours and a good friend of and her church, shout out to Bishop Chris Chamberlain, Pastor Tashana Chamberlain out there at Greater Love Ministries out there in Union City, Mississippi. Here's what also I see. I see a business owner, a small business owner,
black woman business owner,
black woman, trying to build her brand. So why would I relegate her commercial? If you're talking in terms of television producing, right? The prime time for a commercial spot is always the middle. Like when you're doing radio and podcasts and you're doing sponsors and whatnot, they fight for and pay big money for that middle spot, because that middle spot is when you typically have the most people. You're growing your audience in the beginning and the audience starts to decline near the end, so they fight for that middle spot because it's the most eyes. Why would I relegate something like that? And our last sponsor is also a black woman. So I'm not no shade on Maya, who's a good friend of ours too. She's also one of our co-hosts. I alternate those two between who's middle and who's at the end. Why would I relegate her to the end consistently because of the product or because of the type of services that she offers, when, let's be frank, because this is a real talk, outside of death and trash removal, You know what business is never gonna hit a recession? Sex.
Yeah.
Everybody gets sick. Everybody needs their trash cleaned up, and everybody trying to find somebody to have sex with and make their sex experience better. So, it is a profitable business. Why can't it be just as profitable for us? Why is it only? And I'm not saying that's why you said it. I know why you said it, because I know you. I understand you. But why can't it be just as profitable for us as it is for everybody else? A black woman has a sex tape, and oh my God, the world is ending. Kim Kardashian makes a multi-billion-dollar corporation off of
Made
her sex tape.
generational wealth with that.
Like what was her
Black
name?
man,
What
Ray
was
J
her
didn't
name?
make that much off of it.
What was her name from Love and Hip Hop? The one who did it in the shower
Mimi?
with Mimi did it. Does a sex? Not that I condone sex tape. Don't get me wrong, but Mimi does a sex tape, and the world ridicules her and talks about, oh my God, the children, and what are they gonna think, and what they gonna see, and I can't believe you did this. And Kim Kardashian does one before her, and everybody's like, let's give her that money. Come on, let's go. And it was a horrible sex tape, but let's give her the money. Let's give her business. She can be legitimate, and no one ever brings it up. She has now passed. I think she's past her bar now. Is able to meet with presidents and try to affect policy change and be taken seriously. I haven't heard from Mimi since the sex tape.
No.
That's all I'm saying. So. Our topic, so that y'all who are listening in and whatnot and watching on, our topic for the second round, which I was saying kind of ties in some of the things that Eddie was talking about in the last topic, is why is it that when we do a thing, it's a bad thing, it's horrible, it's messed up, but when they, and by they I'm be specific, I mean white folks, when they do a thing, it's acceptable. We just had the NCAA women's basketball tournament and the women's basketball championship a few weeks ago. And it is still a big thing, and I wasn't going to ever talk about it, but it just would not die. Every sports channel and regular news channels I see are doing it. It has been flooding my timeline with different perspectives and whatnot. So for those of y'all who are not aware, the NCAA tournament was between LSU and Iowa. The women's basketball tournament was between those two teams. I am not really a college basketball watcher. I love basketball, but not a college basketball watcher. And I'm sorry, call me sexist if you want. I'm definitely not really a fan of female basketball. Y'all's basketball is not really as exciting. Y'all have fundamentals. Y'all don't have excitement. If our NBA players could get y'all's fundamentals, it'd make their game much better, or y'all get their excitement, y'all's game would be much better. But that's just my own perspective. Leave that part alone. So there is this white lady. Her first name is Caitlin. I cannot remember what her last name is. In the game before they played LSU, their team is winning. She looks at another player and does the John Cena. You can't see me, because she's on fire. And by all accounts, Caitlin is a monster player. Like, she is a superstar in the making. And when you talk trash, you need to back it up, and she backs it up. Until she ran into this brick wall named LSU and this black woman named Angela. I think her name's Angela Reese. She and LSU stomped Iowa. It wasn't even a close game. It was a 17-point win. Angel Reese. 17-point beatdown of Iowa. And near the end of the game, when she knew that their team was up, which is when people talk the most trash, she sees Caitlin and she says to her, "Hey, yo, you can't see me. We get ready to put a ring on it." And the media went insane. When Caitlin does it, they make statements like, "Oh, look at the swagger, and she's a champion, and she's a hot. Look at how she fights and how passionate she is." When Angel does it, she's a thug. She's hood, she's ghetto, it's classless, it's all this other stuff. And I have never in the history of sports in particular seen a more clear picture of the double standard that we have to live under than this. And the reason is they both did the exact same gesture. It wasn't like Caitlin did the John Cena and Angel flicked her off. No. They did the same gesture, and one is praised for it, and the other is condemned for it. Why is it, and how long are we going to have to sit under this? When y'all do it, it's great, when we do it, it's bad, and everything y'all do, y'all essentially steal from us anyway.
Well, I just want to say, you all over the place, bro. You went
Oh,
from
that's all in the
sex to
one.
basketball, like this is love and basketball or something.
It
Um,
all fits.
okay. But yeah, that commercial that was unexpected. But yeah, for example, if ooh we that's a hard one to kind of like tie in there. Um, I understand your perspective of being you know African Americans do the same things as their white American counterparts and are viewed differently, or rather, they're harshly ridiculed, whereas white people for the same behavior are praised. But wow, uh, I'll use a different way than what you said, because yes, there are some studies. For example, white women were complaining that they could not climax with their husbands. So a study was conducted that the women would go to the doctor, and the doctor would have sex with them and get them to climax, to the point where the doctor got tired, because a lot of women, that's what they would go to. So the doctor created a machine that would actually perform the act instead. And
Mm-hmm.
what they did was their approach was clinical, and
The
but
hysteria machine.
the problem was the same. And but they turn it around to black women and they say, well, they want to have sex. Black men want to have sex. They always, that's all they ever think about. They twist the narrative, and that's what we seeing all the time. Because you're a preacher, ain't nothing new under the sun. The book of Ecclesiastes tell you that. So they twisting the narrative to make it seem like, and when we look at it, when we magnify it with black culture, because we don't want to think anything positive about that culture, like they have nothing positive to contribute to society. They make it a bad thing. They make it like it's dark. But when it's about them, then they say, well, it's a lucrative business. Now, this young lady, in your commercial, she may be trying to tap into what is well known to be a very lucrative business, but they'll look at her like, oh, well, she's like that one political incident where the guy was talking about a female that was in politics, and suddenly she was talking about politics, and he's talking about, well, if she had a man, well, if she wasn't a single mother, and it's like, why was all of that even relevant? So it's
Mm-hmm.
even gotten to the point where they have African American men doing that to their African American woman. And the reason why that's a problem is because you're conditioned in this way is not a positive thing. And instead of you turning away from it and calling it out as an African American man, as the leader of that culture, you're joining the bandwagon, and you're tearing down your own women, and that is a problem. And that's one of the things Eddie and I've talked about on a couple of occasions. When I say things like, and he calls me sexist, I say things like, the man is failing the woman because he is not being the man that God called Adam to be. And in good fashion of Adam, the same fashion that Adam did when God said, don't you leave this woman at home. This she'll help me. You take her out in the field. He was like, nah, I'm going to leave her right here. Whatever happens, happens. And I say the first sin, as a result, I say the first sin was Adam being disobedient. But it's a perpetual thing where it's like it was here and now it's here and it keeps on going. You can see it in everything that happens. It's nothing new.
So real quick before I let you talk, Eddie, I wanna address what
Eric.
Eric said, because I had to make sure I looked up, because I'll be honest, I was not familiar with what he had stated.
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, he said, I think a better example is the two Tennessee politicians that got expelled. And I don't think it's a better example, but I think it's in the same vein,
Yeah.
because two senators,
Three.
no, hold on, the two senators who were black senators were involved in this protest, and they were expelled from their senatorship widely. And there was a white senator who was also involved in the same gun protest.
white woman.
And she's a white woman, and she got a slap on the wrist, and they say she narrowly escaped by 1 or 2 votes. But the fact that she was able to keep her seat, period, it still further proves my point of when we do something, it's a problem. And it doesn't matter the arena, whether we're talking about sex, we're talking about sports, we're talking about our music, we're talking about politics, we're talking about business. We back in the 90s, we had I think it was Chris Rock who made the joke in the early 2000s about what was going on in the 90s. It's you could not have an album, a rap album in Walmart that contained the word gun in it. But you could sell guns to white folks. And somehow that was okay. Rap music became the catalyst and the protagonist for all of the ills in society because it's misogynistic, it degrades women, it condones violence. Meanwhile, Marilyn Manson and heavy metal have way grosser lyrics and way worse lyrics at times than what any rap song has ever had, and yet no one says anything about them. And so again, we do something and it's bad, even though they take it from us. And once they take it from us, they do it, and yay, white folks. Eddie?
That's a lot to say. So let me try to. You make a very interesting. Let me go backwards as we go through it. You make a very interesting point about Walmart, right? Walmart did say, "Hey, you can't put this stuff in here that has guns." And had these Christian conservatives who said, we're doing this so we can protect our children and blah, 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 blah. But they had no problems having Hank Williams, A Country Boy Can't Survive. He's talking about, how they go shoot and they do whatever, right? They had no problem with Johnny Cash, right? Who sang songs about, I killed a man, blah, blah. They had no problem with any of those things. So there was definitely a reason why wanted those raps, those gangster rap stuff out of there. One, there used to be a time where people would make their own tapes, mixtapes, and trying to put their own stuff through until you got a lot more white producers and white record executives who wanted that all the money that was coming in, then it became acceptable, right? So there's that part. Eric makes a good point, in comparative to the basketball situation and the Tennessee legislators. But I would also remind us, right, that this is not new, and this is not something that has not happened before. There are codes, right? There are codes in television, there are codes in film, there are codes in sports, and they've always been that way. If you remember the different things in football, Howard Cosell back in the 80s and the late 70s,
I was
early
going
80s,
there next, yep.
Was notorious for saying little racist things, right? Where he would call football players savages, monkeys, and things like that, right? This was not unheard of. And so it didn't matter if you got on television and you was the most nicest, kindest, silent, non-controversial black player out there. If you didn't even do trash talk, didn't matter. What it was is they had a word for you, right? He's a monster, right? He's fast. He's an animal, right? Boy, he's aggressive, right? He comes from a horrible background. He fought his way out of the inner city. All these different codes, right? Where they don't have to call you, and I'm not going to say the word, but they have to call the N-word. But they can say other things that identify you, right? To the masses that are out there who are watching the movies, who are watching the TV show, right? That's your code word, right? Oh, she's always been controversial. Oh, she's a thug, right? All of these things, right? She acts like a criminal. He acts like a criminal. But there's something else we should remember to that. I want to caveat with that is it is until they get paid. Once they find a way to market it, it ain't an issue no more, right? To them, because somebody's getting paid for it. I give an example. Years ago, the racist coach, Bear Bryant, right? He was for the University of Alabama. Bear Bryant went out and told people when all of the teams were starting to integrate in sports, he went out there and told them, "I will never ever let a N-word play on my team." And everybody, because he was in Alabama now, segregation today, tomorrow, and forever. But once he started losing to them black teams that black people on it, what did Bear Bryant do? He started bringing them in. And then all them segregationists that had been real big fans of Bear Bryant and made him a legend was like, wait a minute, man. Why you let you said we wasn't going to let these Negroes play on the team. And he said, well, I want to win, right? So it comes down to that. She's a thug, she a criminal, she whatever. You saw Biden's wife, Dr. Biden got up there and said, let's let everybody come to the White House.
That was legitimately going to be my next point with that, where the White House has gotten involved in this LSU. Well, the White House adjacent has gotten involved in this LSU Iowa controversy, and said, because Iowa played so hard, I think we should just invite both teams up to go ahead and come to the White House. And I was listening to Shannon Sharp on First Take, excuse me, not First Take, Undisputed on whatever network he on Fox something network. And him and Skip Bayless were talking about her statement. And he raised a question that I immediately thought about, but I didn't have the words to articulate the way he did. He basically said this. He said, so first of all, when has the First Lady ever been involved in calling up a team and inviting a team to come to the White House? Second of all, if these had been two black players, would they be talking about inviting the losing team up? And thirdly, are you going to, with this invitation, invite every runner up to the White House? Because if you don't, it's a real bad look that the issue is this poor little white girl got her feelings hurt because she lost to the better black girl. And to Caitlin's defense, she was like, this is basketball. That's what we do in basketball. We talk trash. And she just happened to talk better trash than me, one, because I talk trash too. And so she had no problem with it. But everybody who came to the defense of this poor, fragile little white girl who can't help but have her feelings hurt when some big, mean black girl decides to talk trash.
Larry Bird used to talk trash. Larry Bird talk trash back in time.
He's one of the all-time greatest trash talkers in the history of basketball.
And they've done documentaries. They've talked about it. There was never an issue. You hit the point right there. The issue with that was a white young girl. And I mean no offense to any white viewer on here or who sees this, but there is a history of white girl tears. And they've weaponized.
That's one of your favorite statements. Philanda loves that statement. She calls it white girl. Here come the white girl tears.
They cry. They have videos out with them crying and looking sad and looking scared and then smiling after it. Whole towns, whole people, men, women, and children have been killed because of white girl tears that were not true. Yeah, so it's a reality that they felt like they had to come to her. And what it really is a disguise for their racism. That's all it is. It's just something that you can't call me racist. I was coming to her defense. No, she didn't ask you to come to her defense, right? You just decided you wanted to tear this black girl down because you saw her. She's a braggart. She's a braggart, right? Remember when I had the boys watch a documentary. What's the name of that documentary? It's about Jack Johnson. My unforgivable blackness. And after Jack Johnson won, right, and beat beat these white men, and he won heavyweight champion, the first black major heavyweight champion of the world. They put out things in the paper saying, Negroes, don't get too excited. Don't get too caught in yourselves. And they went out and got the great white hopes, and they got them to fight and fight until Paul Jack Johnson basically, it can be argued, basically said, hey, you can have this title. It ain't worth my life, bruh. So it's something that they do. It was because it was that young white girl. But this is something, yeah, you're right. There is a NAACP back in the late 60s, early 70s called the Two Americas. We live in two Americas, right? For them and for us. And people, that doesn't exist anymore. But they show you every day that some people do believe that it exists with their privilege.
And to pepper just a little more, the LSU team was predominantly all black. And the starters, all 5, were black. Meanwhile, the Iowa team was predominantly a white team and had all white players starting. And so again, we come into the aid of these young white girls and this one young white superstar who got beat badly by her LSU rival. And it was like, and the things that they said about this young black girl, when I tell you my blood boiled as a result of it, I'm like, this is just horrible. Yeah, the professionals that get paid to be pundits and talk about sports and write about sports. She's hood, she's ghetto, she's trashy, they called her everything but a black B and a black N-word, like for real. And I'm like, this is just horrific for the exact same motion. And again, like I said, it expands beyond just that moment, but that is just another kind of a wake-up call to it. Like, for me, and this is just my personal opinion, for me, it has not been that egregious since Elvis. Elvis was swaying his hips, and every woman was swooning. It was great. But he stole it from black folk who were called the devil for doing it.
But you gotta keep in mind, rock music came from us. That's us. That whole style of music, that whole genre.
Belinda, your mic is off.
Oh, is my mic off?
Here, hold on. Let's switch for a second. That way I can.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Okay, is that better? I'm back.
It's better.
Okay. Yeah, that whole style of music, rock music, came from us. It originated with Chuck Berry. He literally mimicked everything that he had saw Chuck Berry do, and then he marketed it.
That's right.
But they've been doing this for ages. Like, none of this is new. But, and I appreciate it, and I know I'm a Gen Xer, but I appreciate the Gen Z generation for saying enough is enough, that this is trash. Like, we can't keep going on like this. Like, the young people who were protesting in Memphis when those legislators got expelled were all young people. They're the people who it affects the most. They were school-age children who want gun reform. They want to feel safe going to a school. They don't want to have to be locked down. They don't want there to have to be metal detectors. They want people to have more accountability for purchasing the guns so that stuff like that don't happen. They organized that protest. They showed up at the White House. And the 3 politicians who were like, I agree with what they're saying because it's not about us. None of us are in school. They're in school. And they just want to be safe. That's it. Those kids just want to be safe. This affects them literally. Their lives are on the line going to school. When people started homeschooling their kids, I was like, I don't know about that. We're putting teachers out. But the simple fact that these kids realize I could go to school and die because they're feeling unsafe. These were the people. But every single time that we do a thing, they think that we're angry or that we're that we should be disqualified because of the color of our skin or our socioeconomic background that we come from. And really, as the case is, you're just mad because you didn't come up with it first. Why is Cardi B, who is Latina and Black, Latina X, Afro Latina X, why is she a thought or a trash? And she a married woman just like Kim Kardashian. Actually has been married longer than Kim Kardashian. And Kim Kardashian do the same thing. But she's uneducated. She's trash. She's this. And it's okay for Kim Kardashian. We are finally getting to a generation where this is no longer acceptable. It's not acceptable. You can't treat us any old kind of way. You can't tell us what to think. You can't tell us how to live our lives. Recognize us for who we are. We've been recognizing you this whole time for generations. Ain't nobody said nothing about how we have wrongly placed Christopher Columbus as being the discoverer of America. We let y'all let that go for years. We taught it wrong in our homes until we knew better. But the minute we say something about it, it's a problem. And I'm glad that enough people are finally realizing that's the problem. That's the problem. As much as this country is so touted on and acknowledged, and people want to come here, when they get here they find out differently, that there are all these freedoms here. It's the same thing that they try to squash, but in us. It's us people of color. It's free for you. You want it to be okay for you, but it can't be for everybody. Even though the people who wrote the constitutions, the people who were also slaveholders, they the one wrote in there, it should be for all of us. And now they're trying to make laws to repeal that stuff back. It's ridiculous.
But you know what, sis? It's this, not to cut you off, but it's the matter that a lot of African American people feel like, well, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna participate in the study. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. So their voices aren't being heard, and it's a repetitive system. And I hate that word system because they push that idea out there with voting, with studies, with censors, with when they take the census and they saying, well, how many people live here, so that they can use that as a catalyst to make the changes that we would like to see. And when they have these, the academia fighting against practitioner in order for them to actually implement the changes that we would like to all see implemented. And then they use all of these things that say, well, y'all should say something. Well, y'all should say something. Give them 5 minutes. This is the thing that I've seen said. Give black people a little bit of time. They'll forget about why they were sitting there protesting, or why they were sitting there fighting, or why they were sitting there saying they can't do this or that, the other, and it'll go away without us even having to address it. And yes, surely enough, we stop saying, we stop giving it that steam and that power, because there's something else so much bigger that comes along, and we're like, okay, we gotta address this. When we really need to just stay a stickler and add to what's going on, instead of saying, okay, well, now we got to drop this and go to that. Well, we can't go to schools, so let's address gun violence. Well, we got to stop now addressing bullying in school and address this. Well, really, these things are compounded and they are related, but they say, well, you can only address one problem at a time. Says who? You can only have one career in a lifetime. Says who? We need to stop in that conditional thinking that we have to listen to what they say as if we're fitting into that square peg, and we do not. We need to be able to say, okay, look, I don't like this, and you can't tell me I can't say that along with this. We're going to address all of it holistically. And that's why a lot of times on my show, I say things like holistic, because we need to stop looking at it as compartments and compartmentalizing everything as if that's going to help. It's not going to help anything. It's going to cause more problems. And we're going to be looking like, well, why is it still a problem? Well, it's still a problem because we didn't address it holistically. We don't want to just feel safe at schools because there's no bullying. We want to feel safe at schools because there's no teachers bullying, there's no students bullying, there's no guns in the schools, that people acting like they know what they're doing, they certified to teach, and they're teaching properly. They know how to lead, and you have the leaders in their perspective and the qualified teachers in theirs. It's like you keep coming back to the table with the same problem, and they think that you're not aware. This is the same problem. You're aware, but you got to point it out and take it up the chain of command that you know that this is the same problem, and they playing you for an idiot. Like you don't know this is the same problem, but you're addressing it in a different way. Like, no, we're not gonna keep doing this. We're not gonna keep going over this song and dance. Just like they was trying to take women's rights away from them and say, oh, okay, but we did that. So they like, we're not doing that anymore because we've been there, done that. So they're basically acknowledging we're not here to move that. It's not and pack and repackage it. It's to say that, oh, we've acknowledged it. And so we're like, no, we're not doing that. I don't care what you say. And that's how we have to be moving forward with everything. We have to call it out and say, nope, that's the same thing, different package. Nope, we are addressing the same thing, even though you have a different approach. This is the same thing. So that we just need to focus on recognizing what they're doing, following what they're doing, because that's within the legal ramifications according to the presentation, and then modifying it to suit whatever it is that we're trying to present in our way. Because you said we're originators, we're creative thinkers, and we originate these ideas. So we have to continue to stay within the boundaries of presentation and expectation. Let them know that this is what to expect. Give it to them and follow through with it. But yeah, that's from my observations. This is what I have seen that works, and this is what I do when I'm trying to do exactly what you all are saying. Present the same thing, but I'm just African American. I'm doing exactly the same thing somebody else has done, or somebody who is also African American or African, but I'm trying to do the same exact thing, but you're trying to block me just because, well, I'm African American and you're not happy with that. We just got to keep pushing and taking it up the chain of command, especially when it comes to the law or even in business. Because one time Eric asked about business. Even in business, you have to, this is the method, this is the model to follow. There's no manuscript, but if you're paying attention, I might just, you might find yourself looking up one day and see that manuscript and Dr. Tina Phillips on the name on that book. But this is the way.
You're muted, Eddie.
Eric has been asking this question for 2 days, off and on. I've been saying it off and on all over online. So if Eric, you still have, you've been asking me how would I answer this question. So I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to answer it about the Tennessee. When I saw that thing for Tennessee, I look at it completely different than probably any of y'all that are watching or anybody that sees it. Because immediately when I saw that, I thought about 1892 as a historian. If you don't know what happened in March 1892, there's a woman named Ida B. Wells. You probably do know her name. She had a good friend, right? Mr. Mose, right? He owned a store, it was the People's Grocery in Tennessee. And if you don't know what happened with the People's Grocery, it's one of the things that they don't teach us in our history classes. Mr. Mose opened up a grocery store, a successful grocery store. He was a black man. He employed all black people. One day in front of his store, two young kids, got into an argument playing marbles, a white boy and a black boy, two young 7, 8-year-old kids. The white boy decided he was going to beat up on the black boy, right? The black boy turned around and beat the hell out of the white boy. One of the clerks at the store came out and broke it up, right? He didn't let the white boy get beat up, but a jealous grocer who had a smaller store, white man, right, got upset, caused a mob, and went and approached the store, Mr. Moles, the store, the People's Grocery, because he was jealous, because how dare this Negro, right? These Negroes, they getting so full of themselves that they allowed them to beat on this little white boy, even though a black man saved the little white boy from what he deserved, right? And they tried to go destroy the store. They pulled a gun on him. One of the black men, not Mr. Mose, he wasn't even there. He was the owner. Stopped him, slapped the gun out of the man's hand, right? Beat him up. So they locked all of these black dudes up, right? Clerks. They let them out. They felt we got to go get guns. This is how this applies to guns, right? In Tennessee. So the black men feeling that, wait a minute, they got mobs here coming out here. We need to be armed. So they went and got guns for the store, not to go out and go kill anybody willingly, to protect themselves. The white grocer came back with the police members who were Klan members. They started firing in the store. The black men started firing back. Some people got wounded, but they didn't die. They locked the black men up again. The fear that these black men who had just defended themselves with this gun right, the fact of owning guns, they went and pulled these black men after they had been unarmed out of the jail, pulled them to the railroad tracks outside of the city, shot them in the face and in the hands, and killed Mr. Mose, who wasn't even involved. And so they murdered them. We know how it was all done because the press and the police were there watching the murders and gave testimony of everything that happened. When you live in a state that has that history, that is the foundation of Klan, that's a different thing when we're talking about gun rights, because I don't know when one of you crazy racist white folks are going to run into this school and shoot up the school just because you're angry. And for black men to stand up and segment women to stand up and say, hey, black children to stand up and say, along with whites, we don't want this. This is the reason why they don't teach you your history. This is the reason why we can't even talk about it. When Ida B. Wells talked about it, Ida B. Wells came to Chicago. She had to leave Tennessee, had to leave the South because they threatened to kill her because she spoke out about what they did. It is the reason why Ida B. Wells went and wrote the Red Record. It is the reason why she's known for documenting all of the lynchings that were going on in the country for the better part of 10 years. We have to know these things and we have to learn these things, because if we don't, we fall into the trap of what we're seeing right now. I saw one of the black guys get up there and he let them know. We know why you did it. We know why you're stifling us. We know our history. We know who we are. And as black people, we got to get better about that. I agree with you 100%, Tina. We have to get better about that. We have to talk about that. I agree with what you said. A lot of these kids are out there talking about that. They're telling you, we're not going to have this. We're not going to repeat this. And it's the reason why it's so important for us to educate, teach what we're talking about tonight, to have these conversations so that you who are watching can go read on the People's Grocery. You can go look at what happened in Memphis and Tennessee. You can go look why this is not just an isolated situation. Right? And because once we do that, then we can start to form in a plan to stop it from ever happening again.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. That is an absolute fact. Can y'all hear me? She said she don't think she can hear me. Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, they said hear me. Yeah. Okay. As you were talking, because my mind is weird, and I recognize my mind is weird. There's a movie called Class Act that comes to mind as you were talking, and there's a scene early in the movie where it is Kid was the light skinned one, right? Okay, yeah, Kid is he is misplaced into a, let's say, slower class. I'll just put it nicely. When he is an advanced student and has all these thugs and black people who are misunderstood and a whole bunch of N-words and a whole bunch of stuff. You know, when you think of hood, the stereotypical stuff you think of when you think of hood folk, they're all in this class, and the teacher tries to come in and begins to make a statement, but no one can hear him because the class is being so rowdy. And the big dude with all these muscles stands up and tells everybody to shut up. And he looks at the teacher and says, "You teach. Reading is fundamental." And the teacher goes, "Yeah, reading is fundamental," begins to teach. That statement, as you were talking, just began to ring through my head. Reading is fundamental. We are at a point right now where when you're talking about putting things in historical context, we're at a point right now where literally Everything's at your fingertips. All you have to do is have some kind of internet connection and a desire to look it up, and an understanding of how to kind of sift through some of the garbage to find what's truth. And really, even if you go into the garbage, if you know how to read, they accidentally oftentimes reference what is true in their garbage. And so you then find the truth by reading even some of the garbage so that you can understand why things are the way they are, what things have worked and that they try to quash, and that we need to try again in greater measure with greater unity. What my boy Marcus I was telling y'all about earlier, who is the host of Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast, he and I got into a discussion on his podcast, or excuse me, on his it was on Facebook, not on his podcast, and then we called each other and talked, where the discussion was, do we need power or do we need money? And I kept telling him, it's not money that we need. It's power, because if you have enough power, money will come. No, we need the money because we need to have this so we could do that, so we could do that. I said, but you don't understand. We had money. Black Wall Street was a thing. And power came along and wiped them out. And Black Wall Street ain't the only one. Black Wall Street is just now the more famous one, especially thanks to the show The Watchmen that Regina King directed on HBO Max. Like that's the reason most people even really know now about Black Wall Street. But there's like several others.
Seneca Village, Otisville, which is now Lake, whatever, Lake.
I forget what the lake is, yeah.
Yeah, the one we don't swim in. Like,
There are tons of examples of where
Yolanda, your
affluent
mic
black
is
people.
not working.
again,
You can't hear because I just replaced the battery. Hold on, put it up there. Talk it up close. Say something now.
testing 1 2 testing.
Check your on. Make sure it's all the way on.
Oh, there it is.
Her mic wasn't even on. That's why
I'm
she
sorry.
had turned it off. Here, hold on, I'm gonna help you out because maybe it's your bosoms that's turning it off. We're gonna turn it that way. There you go.
Okay,
All
is that
right,
better?
there we
Okay,
go.
Sorry.
Now, what'd you say, bosom buddy?
No, like it's many villages. Like it's for if we go back throughout history, there were many times where we practiced the belief of our own economics, creating our own socioeconomic systems. But they get afraid of that the same way that they were afraid of that grocery store because it was more profitable, and they destroy us. And we have to get to the point where we have to, unfortunately, we still in an age where we have to deal with that, endure it, and keep going, keep trying, keep building, keep going. We have to keep practicing that endurance, because without that, we won't succeed. Eric has a point about that. They're trying to ban books. They're censoring stuff right and left now. But I believe that's because the fault that we have left that to the teachers in the school and stopped doing what we used to do, which was to teach it ourselves. I didn't hear about Emmett Till for the first time in no book. I heard it from my grandmother, because my grandma grew up near Money, Mississippi. She told me that she knew him. She knew the family. She was present. My mom was born the same year he was unalived, for the censors of Facebook. But we have gotten so far away from knowing that this is not just black history. This is our history. We come from that. Like, I had no problem with it. I know it was an uncomfortable conversation. We're having this conversation with my daughter and her white fiance. I'm like, just so you understand where we coming from, because now you're a part of our family. And everybody is not going to be okay with it right out of the gate. But I'm going to tell you why. I don't want you to go in and thinking that this is a black or a white thing. I'm telling you, this is our history. We come from the South. We've endured slavery. We have endured everything, sharecropping, everything that has gone with that. So I'm saying that this is not about the color of your skin or them just not disliking you. This is trauma. We have endured some stuff, and there's certain things that are just not going to be okay. Yeah, you and our daughter and her fiance met up at this little bar here in Georgia, where they had a Confederate flag on the wall. And when Ashley showed me the video of their little first date, I was like, oh, that's so cute. And then I had to have the uncomfortable conversation about what that flag meant and what it represented for our people. And I had to have that, unfortunately, have that conversation with Jake. I'm like, look, he was like, oh, yeah, we can all go there. I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with this. And is this the mentality of the people that you are around? Because that may pose a problem. And for whatever reason, I don't know who talked to who about it, this bar ended up removing that flag. I'm like, it's no disrespect to you. Do what you do. But I'm telling you, I just need to know if your mentality is that this is represent who you are as a person. Let me know up front. If you hate me because of the color of my skin and you can't get it, that won't give you an opportunity to get to know me, let me know up front.
But I think that's actually something that you said to me, or not to me, but just in this conversation. It sparks something in me. You know how sometimes it hits and I get that little twinge in my stomach. I got that little twinge in my stomach with something that you said, and as you were talking, I just kept hearing the statement I'm getting ready to make just rehearsed. I have never heard anybody that I know of say it, but it was just being rehearsed in my own ear. It is part of the problem is that we have allowed them to call it Black history instead of history. Because the moment they were allowed to segregate the history is the moment, much like with us in slavery, they were able to invalidate us. The reason that they can go ahead and say, as Eric is talking about, they're trying to ban critical race theory in schools, and it's already banned in most states.
Call it critical race theory. We're not criticizing you,
but we're allowing it. This is
what it was.
But we're allowing it, and the reason that they can call it that is because we have allowed them to say this is Black history. Don't get me wrong. We need the month. We need the month right now.
We need more than that.
We need way more now. But since all we got right now is the month, we need the month for what it is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we don't. But the moment we start allowing them to segregate it from history and say it's not a part of history, let me put it like this. I have yet to hear Italian American history. I've yet to hear Scottish American history. I've yet to hear Caucasian history. It's just called history. Or if they want to put a qualifier or a descriptor on it, they call it American history, and ours is Black history, as if we're not Americans,
like
as if we're not the ones who have built this country, and they would not have a history if it was not for our history. And so because we allow them to segregate that, it allows them to make our history inferior. And if our history is inferior because that's where we come from, then we who are the product of where we come from become inferior. And so stealing from us, and I'll call it just what it is, stealing from us becomes acceptable because you're inferior. I've never seen anybody get upset when the owner of the dog takes the food away from the dog. Ain't nobody ever in the history of life gotten upset about that. It just happens. You've had enough to eat, give me your food. I'm going to put it up where you can't get it, and you're only allowed to get the food when I want you to have the food. Nobody gets mad about that. Why? Because we look at the dog as an inferior creation. That's the same way, and even less than they look at us. But I oftentimes kind of blame us because we continue to allow it. And to Tina's point where she was talking about we need to move things up the ladder, the thing that I think is pertinent to really recognize with trying to move things up the ladder is that we historically have a lack of patience when it comes for that. So we don't, and this is because, again, we don't believe that reading is fundamental, stereotypically and historically. And that has a whole lot to do with we weren't allowed to read and all that type of stuff. I get it. But because of all that, reading has not been the most important to a vast majority of our people. And so we don't understand that there is a process to these things. You can, for lack of a better term, complain about it today. And if you are consistent in your complaint, you'll see change happen 10 years from now.
It's the Grand Canyon effect. Sometimes
Yes.
you just got to keep dripping at it. Look, the whole Grand Canyon was created the way it is by water, but it was slow and it was progressive and it just kept happening over time. The problem with us, and this is an us thing, we are not consistent with applying that pressure over time. The reason stuff keeps happening, the reason they keep overturning all these laws is because we have not consistently kept pressure up over time.
Because
We don't know movement.
it's
We've
literally
lost.
because we've never been taught it's a process. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know movement. The
ahead, Eddie.
SLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference that Dr. King led, that Tina's uncle was a part of, Fred Shuttlesworth was a part of, they understood movement, and that hasn't been passed down. Unfortunately, we have the King Center, we have all this, but we don't know movement. We think that movement is getting out there with signs and screaming for something, and they get tired of us, and we go home, and then the issue is gone. And we see this play over and over and over and over again. We have lost our understanding of movement. Movement meant that I am going to go to the city officials, like in the Birmingham campaign. I'm going to go to the city officials and I'm going to tell them, listen, we want equal status on this bus. That's what they did, right? We don't want to be sitting in the back. We pay our fare, and more of us ride this bus than anybody. And they're going to tell you no, right? Because that's what they did. And then they say, okay, let's compromise. Maybe you can let us do this and this. And they say no. Now, the move happens is when I say, okay, since you don't want to even compromise, even work with me, nobody rides the bus, right? None of us are going to ride. And they say, oh, well, okay, whatever. And like you just said, Flana, then they were consistent about it. For over a year, nobody rode the bus. But the white women still needed somebody to come be maids in their homes. The businesses downtown, right, needed black folks to come down there and buy their items. And so when it became a financial burden on the city, the White Citizens Council and the racists decided, hey, you know what? If all they want is just to be treated equally on the bus, we got to do that because I'm losing money. I got to pay for my house. I got to pay for my family to eat. I can't do that. I initially thought I could just bully them into doing something. I can't do that. And what we've now done, we don't do that. We get out there. I tell Tina, it angers me. I want you to remember the names of the victims. I want you to go out there and protest. But I also want you to go out there with a plan. Because if you go out and start screaming that somebody's name, we're not doing that person any service. There is no more courageous person in the history of America than Mama Till. I've said this many times because Mama Till saw something beyond herself. She said, wait a minute, they killed my son. They destroyed him. They murdered him. They savaged him. And they want me to put him in the ground and pretend it didn't happen. To hell with that. You gonna see it. You're gonna document it. And it might cause me pain to see my child like this. But everybody in this country will remember my son. And I'm gonna show you what he looked like and what you did to him. And that is catalyst of the civil rights movement. That is what stirred white folks in the North who have been living in a
bubble.
This doesn't happen. Bubble, right? They saw that and went, what? That's a child. Right? Your humanity cries out for it. And that's what we got to get to. We got to give them some things. Look, people hate when I say it, but I'm going to be honest with you. But all the mass shootings and things that go on, you know what they don't show? They don't show those bodies and what they look like and what them guns did to these people. And they don't show it because they don't want Americans, even those who own guns, to say, no, we got to stop this. Right?
To prove you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I will say real quick. I'm sorry to prove your point. In that, for those who don't recognize the history of this, let me give you something more modern and something more that is in your face with it, that proves his point, that it is the visual that oftentimes causes us to action. There's a football player by the name of Ray Rice. He and his then fiance,
Now wife,
got into what was labeled a disagreement, a domestic dispute, if you will, getting onto an elevator. They got onto the elevator, and an altercation happened, and it said that she spit on him. I don't know. All I do know is he knocked her silly. One good Mike Tyson right hook later, she's on the floor. He's holding a purse and a flip-flop and walks off the elevator as the bellhop is looking like, oh my God, what happened? Now, when the story first broke and everybody heard about it, it was, oh my God, this is horrible, but stuff happens. And even Ray Rice had talked to the NFL, was like, yeah, it was bad, but it wasn't that bad, it just happened. And then the video broke out, and we saw the furious violence of that hit. And it turned everyone's stomach and changed everyone's perspective to the point where people were saying to themselves and saying out loud as pundits, oh my God, there is no reason that it should have taken this video for me to react the way I'm reacting right now, but I can't unsee what I saw. Ray Rice, to the best of my recollection, ain't played ball since. Because as soon as the video broke out, the NFL, who was getting ready to be okay with just a short suspension, was like, nope. Teams who were getting ready to pick him up were like, nope. All because the power of seeing the effect of the offense. You're right. It's strategic that they don't show these bodies. It's strategic that even if they show the shot, they don't show the aftermath. It's strategic because if they can just keep it localized, as Tina said earlier, what winds up happening has been our history. It becomes the flavor of the month. I promise you, I used that very statement back when what was
George Floyd.
What's his name? The Skittles and the tea. It's been so doggone many. I cannot remember his name now. Trayvon Martin. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to the Martin family. I could not remember his name. I'm just so many of them.
It's so
But
much
I said to my wife in my circle, I said, this is going to be something that I really can't say publicly right now because folk will crucify me for it, but this is the flavor of the month. I said, I give it 3 months before you don't hear his name again. And sure enough, 2.5 months later, we stopped saying his name. We stopped mentioning it. We stopped referencing it. And the only time he began to come back up in the news again was when what's the idiot's name who killed him? Zimmerman started being stupid and doing dumb stuff like trying to sell the gun and all this other stuff, and it stirred the feelings back up again. But it's because no one saw what Trayvon looked like after. And a matter of fact, the visual that the media put out there while it was going on was he's a little thug too. So all we saw were images of this high school graduate who was basically with honors being portrayed as a thug.
But that's why they do that. It's all about the imagery. Like if you can sell that this is a negative reflection of this society, then this is what people are gonna go with. I pray that we don't have to keep going through this with the school shootings, but Eddie, you have a point. I need at least one of these parents of one of these children who are unalived in these school shootings to not show photos of them with their cute little face in their school photos, but to show the coroner's photo. Show the coroner's photo. Because people don't want to believe that it's real, that their little 6, 7, and 8-year-old bodies can be riddled by these AR semi-automatic weapons that they don't even hunt with. They're not even good enough to hunt animals with. Because you will destroy the meat. It's unedible if you shoot them up with a semi-automatic weapon.
Yep.
But it's okay for you to carry this in your house to kill people with. Stop showing. There was this website a long time ago, and I don't even believe it exists, that all they did was show the coroner's photos from famous dead celebrities. It's the first place I saw what Tupac looked like, what Biggie looked like, what JFK looked like, what Abraham Lincoln looked like on the slab. When you start to show these photos of people who have been victims of gun violence, you start to rethink these things. because it's different when you don't know what the actual effects. When you do it to pigs or you do it to like jelly,
popped right out
those
my head.
weird jelly forms
Yeah.
that they use
Yeah.
now, is when it's an actual human being that lived, breathed, and
Breathe.
died.
You know what?
It's
I think
different.
the
It
reason why
hits
they don't
different.
show it is because they don't want to desensitize people from the actuality of the.
But we're already desensitized,
We
and that
already
becomes the problem.
But
desensitized.
So
if
I
you would have
really
seen
think
the body and become accustomed to seeing it,
But
like, oh, it's
I
another
don't know
dead
anybody,
body.
Ted. I don't know anybody that would be accustomed to seeing a 6-year-old child below half. If you are comfortable with that, and I'm gonna give you a
There's
historical
something
fact of
wrong with you.
why it's when the war in Vietnam happened. What started to turn the war, right? The Americans against the war was when they started to see the atrocity that some of these rogue soldiers were doing in Vietnam to these people. And so there is what turned a lot of people in the world. Eisenhower, when they went after World War II, when they went to go look at the concentration camps and see the people who were in there, skin and bones, who were still alive, and they saw bodies laying on top of bodies. Eisenhower had soldiers who fly in and advisors to come in and film and see these bodies because they wanted to push the point that this is what we are fighting against. So
But look at
bodies,
Ukraine. Look at Ukraine. They're showing that the kids, those babies, are lying there dead. They're showing that, and it's like people are still like, oh well, it's another dead body, and
no,
that
no.
I think
So
that that's one of the reasons why they don't frequently do that. I don't know. I'm not. I'm just guessing.
no, no. So what they're doing with the things in Ukraine is they're still showing a
Censored.
washed down, censored, revised kind of picture of it. If people typically, and I'm gonna make a parallel that's not apples to apples, but it's still parallel, and it makes, I believe it makes the point. More people turn to be vegetarians and vegans because they see what actually happens to the animals
That McDonald's
turn them
documentary.
as opposed to people turning because of health reasons.
it's true.
If you see a pig slaughter and it will stop you from eating the meat that you have been eating since you were a kid, if that will turn you, then why wouldn't a dead child turn you? Why wouldn't a black person with their back blown out from the gun of a police officer, or the part of the reason that Rodney King was able to get the money he got was not the video, not just the video, but the picture of what he looked like after they beat the fool out of him. The reason people are still to this day so upset at Chris Brown for him beating up Rihanna isn't because Rihanna's a megastar, and she is, but they are so upset because we
was the
saw the
pumpkin head.
picture of what she looked like after he got done. Like it is very true. The statement, "A picture is worth 1,000 words." If we begin to show the thing, and then the thing I think that you said the best, at least for me, Eddie, is have a plan. The screaming, the yelling, the drawing attention to is needed, but once you get attention to it, what are you gonna do?
What's your plan?
And then have the understanding it's going to take time. Let me get this last parallel, then we're going to take our quick break because I'm looking at the time. Like, oh, wait, looks like I can't. Give me a second. I got to fix our computer issue that just hit, and now my wife will go talk for a second, or y'all can talk for a second while I fix this computer issue.
What were you gonna
again.
say, Eddie?
Follow through, because like I said, they wait for us to not be so involved, wait for it to lose steam, and then they move on to something else. But yeah, I like how hey Janelle, hey and I like the way Eric has said over here that we already are desensitizing by the language, and that's true. So I think they're trying not to desensitize using visuals, because yeah, I think it kind of will. Hey Ty and academics, you're right. These are facts. These are facts.
You have to make things real to people. And I think we fail a lot of times to connect and make things. Philada talked earlier about the Confederate flag, right? And one of the things I used to tell people about the Confederate, because I have friends who are from the South, you know, always ask me about, well, what's your issue? How do you feel about the Confederate flag? And I would always break it down to them in a very, very poignant way. My whole thing to them was that you have to look at it in the way that we see it, right? And they said, well, y'all wasn't even around, man. You wasn't around when the Civil War happened. And I said, okay, that's a good point. But let me ask you this question. And I say, before you were born, right? How would you feel if somebody killed grandparents and put them in servitude? What if somebody came and hit your mama with rocks, kicked your father down, killed your brother? What if somebody kidnapped, murdered, or lynched your cousins, right? And then they beat your uncle just because he was looking at it as he walked past? How about this? What if they burned down your entire community and y'all had to rebuild? What if they stole your family's business, their farm, their property? If all of that happened, right? And then you weren't born, right? But after all that had been done, right, and all of these atrocities that happened, let you be born, and you come up, and you put a flag of your family, the ones who did this, right? And you put that flag on that property. Do you not think that the people who lived through all that, their families went through that, they don't have the right to tell you, get that damn flag off my property? They have the right because they went through the atrocity. But we have to make it real for people. Oh, you talking about the slats?
Oh, you started breaking up, sir.
You talking about the slats and the dehumanization? I see what Eric is putting here. So, yeah, when we kill people in the military, that's a desensitized language, right? And that language was made on purpose because we don't want to show you that when we shoot a missile, that there might be women and children or innocents who get killed in that process. We don't want to talk about that. So we have to make it seem like, well, we got an insurgent, right? And there were several suspects, right? And we talk
that
around.
innocence. When you said the innocence, they quickly stopped saying that one. I remember when they used to say that.
It's like with friendly fire, right? What is friendly fire? There's no such thing as friendly fire. Yell me, huh? How is that friendly? That of all of the statements but these are military statements that people make to make them feel better about what's going on.
And Teddy makes a good point. There was a time when they did show Trayvon Martin's body before they put the tarp on.
No, because I let my son see the picture with the coat pulled over his head. And I let my son see that because I need young black men to understand that only for the grace and the mercy of God, right, that could any of us laid on that ground. And when I heard Trayvon Martin screaming for his life and Zimmerman lied in court, said that was me screaming, but I could hear that young boy screaming after you done shot him. It's just evil that we deal with and that we're seeing. And again, I always say this, and I'm going to say it again, it'll be my last time talking about it. We got to give much more credit to Mama Till.
That's a fact.
That's some strength that is out of this world to let the world see your baby like that.
Because that, Philanda, that definitely is a picture that has to circulate. We're seeing closed caskets. Open them up.
Yeah.
Open them up.
You know, just what y'all asked about, somebody asked earlier, and I was sitting there thinking about that. I had wrote down a while back. I went through some things and I thought that we should be doing to teach our people and to help our people better understand about this movement, about these families. How do we help each other? And one of the things I wrote down some slots, right? We need to teach our children, us, our spirituality, right? Notice I didn't say to be Christian, but spirituality, right? We need to be teaching our kids about racism, We intend to get into discussions about this and arguments about this. Everything that has happened in this country. I went through a book recently on one of the shows and showed you every document that was written, Constitution, Declaration of Independence, always has something about black people. We are a catalyst of whatever that document was written for, right?
Yep.
And we need to know that. We need to know about our history, spirituality, racism, history. We need to learn about time management. Stop with the whole we owe black folks time, right? We need to learn about the talents that we have and identify them in our kids early so that we can grow those talents and encourage them to use those talents that God gave them to benefit not only them, but the world. We need to work on what we eat, our diets, our nutrition, our understanding of our medical background, right? We got to understand that. We got to teach them economics. These are not hard things to do. And then
But I think that, like Philanda was saying, visuals, because I've said that too, Philanda. I've told Eddie, I was like, these visuals that we're putting out here, that's really helping it to hit home to make that connection. So I totally agree that, yeah, we do need that visual stimulus to help.
we got those things, Taylor. And the last thing we need to do is give them a group.
Yeah.
Give them a positive group or peer group or environment or community that can grow them. That is a very important factor that we often leave out. If you are around positive, spiritually knowledgeable people who want to grow and not fail, right? Consistently will fail. You are going to be, by just being in that group, right? You go feel that I have to do something. I can't just sit here. Peer groups work both ways. We're getting involved too much with the negative and the fruitless, where we show it that are positive, that have resolved, and are going to fix things. And that's what I like to see with the young kids that went out there to go protest. But we got to direct them for what they need to do.
And we got to support them. We as the adults have
Exactly.
to support them. We have to support them. I appreciate those 3 politicians, especially those 2 young black men, because they're young. I'm like, wow, y'all look like children yourselves. And y'all are representing us. Finally, people that look like us representing us. But we as the adults have to support them. Stop talking down to them. Stop teaching the status quo that was taught to us to them.
Yes.
Be outraged. Get into good trouble.
Be mad.
You can do this.
Yeah.
Be mad. Speak up for yourself. Far too many times, us as children, we were silenced. That's where what happens in the house stays in the house mentality came from. We were silent. We didn't want to believe the children. This uncle so-and-so did this. Oh, well, we don't talk about that. Just forget about it.
Yep.
Lift them up, support them. We have to do better about doing that. If not, there won't be any of us around. We won't make it. These people who are making these laws, who are these NRA members, they are all going to die really soon. Let's just be honest. They're 50, 60, 70-year-olds. They ain't got that many more years. And yet they're trying to determine what happens for people who are in their 20s, who are in their teens. They won't be here. You got to keep in mind. Don't let these old people who are dying, they won't be here that much longer. Not in your churches, not in your legislature, not in these corporations that are on. Stop letting them dictating the rest of your life when they don't have a rest of their life. They are in their last moments trying to hold on to something.
And teach a new generation to take that hatred into a more generational curse that keep it moving forward.
I think about our grandbaby Layla, and Layla is she has not been hindered by society. She has not been made toxic by society, nor our family trauma, nor anything that comes with being black or being a woman. And she just loves. She just loves.
That's it.
Like we were in a gas station coming back from PA, me, her, and Jesse alone, and this white woman walked up there, and she was like, she is just so beautiful. Like literally, I feel like she's glowing. And Layla looked at her, and she walked up to the woman, and she gave her a hug. And that woman bust into tears. I don't know when the last time that woman had a hug. I don't know her story. Now,
She
yeah,
might have needed it.
eventually,
Yeah.
right. At some point, unfortunately, I got to have the conversation with her about how we don't touch and talk to strangers
Yeah.
for her safety. And I hate that. I hate that I have to that we as the parents and the grandparents have to teach her that she's not safe when she don't know that lifestyle. Ain't nothing happened to her. Sorry, I feel myself welling up. But we need to
Yeah.
get to the point where that doesn't have to be a conversation. Why we can't be like we came into this world? Why are all the fears and the trauma? Why isn't it okay for kids just to be kids? They should not have to be fighting for their right to be safe in school. They should just be children. And yet, we as the adults to get mad acting like you acting too grown. And we say stuff like that to them when we're forcing them to be grown and be accountable for stuff that they should not be concerned about because they're children.
They're children.
That's a fact. And I go ahead, Ed, 'cause
Eric made a
you said
funny
something.
comment over there.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I see. I'm responding to it right now.
We're taking more and more of their childhoods away from them. Unfortunately, in this society, we're having to go younger and younger and explain things because younger and younger they're being victimized, right?
They
And
are.
it's so unfortunate that we have to do that. You know, you got to explain to your 5-year-old, right, that nobody touches your private places, and to go even more in depth. And we have to the one thing that me and Tina have always agreed on is that you have to meet your child at level of understanding. If your child has an understanding and they show you they have that understanding, meet them at that level of understanding. Because if you, somebody else will, right? And
Yeah.
unfortunately, they might victimize them or hurt them in a way that will forever or for most of their life traumatize them.
That's a fact. That's a fact. So look, I hate to cut this portion of the conversation off, but because it is so fire and filled with so much energy and information. We've gone on a from we've hit a lot of branches in this segment. I promise you we have. We went from a commercial with sex and sex toys to how we are
Look,
not
if Tina
able
don't
to.
mind, I would love to come back on here and let's really dive into repressed women's sexuality. Because I swear, if I see one more Viagra commercial and we'll deal with women's intimacy issues, I'm
Well,
done with that. But anyway,
let me
It's
say
like
this.
they don't care about us. They don't care. We just
Viagra.
here. We
I
just here.
thought that Viagra was really for the woman and not the man.
I thought so too, but maybe I'm wrong. Whereas I love the idea of that.
Yes,
I'm gonna say
Yolanda, I love it
I don't
too.
know. I think you're gonna have to get on.
I'll
think
be
you're
on
gonna
your
have to
show.
get on.
I ain't got a problem with Tina. You know we
you
do
got to get on
this.
her on Tina's show for that. The reason I say that is
Yeah,
because
come on, honey, because you know
with-
we talk about adroit living, baby, and I'm on it. Come on.
because
Well, Jesse,
what
you
I
know, we
feel
can
like
always-
is with.
You can always
Go
come
ahead,
on our
sir.
show too, man. You can always come on our show.
And I appreciate that. But the reason I was saying that she would have to go on Tina's shows because I feel like with it being my podcast and all, I'm not going to be excluded from the conversation.
We're not
And
excluding you. We just wanna talk about it.
No, I'm excluding me because there are certain topics that I feel like for the moment, women's voices need to be heard first.
I get you.
Yes, sir. I'm excluding me from that one. Because, like, so, and I'll say this and then we'll hit the break. So, what winds up happening is, aside from the fact that I have a domineering personality anyway, it's just when I start talking, I'm like that. Aside from that, take that aspect aside from it, right? Conversations about black women's sexuality, black women's health, things like that, have been dominated and spoken about from a male perspective for decades.
I
And
agree
so
with you,
why
Jesse.
would I insert myself in a conversation that I am not really authorized to insert myself in because I'm not a black woman?
There you go.
There are
Okay,
things
so
that y'all
I'm
can
gonna
talk
take
about that I
here,
can't do.
And I'm asking your question, Jesse, because so many times we are compartmentalizing. I spoke against this earlier. We're compartmentalizing. So yeah, the shows between the four of us do very well in giving so much information that's usable because we're talking from a man woman perspective, but as a married couple, which is the presentation mentioned earlier as well. And that's why it's appropriate because the presentation, because yes, it has both aspects and it's not compartmentalized, even though it's kind of, sectioned off, but it's still bringing her perspective, which is valuable, and your perspective, which is valuable, making the entire thing
T-
holistic and
He didn't say his
invaluable.
perspective wasn't valuable. What he said, and I agree with him,
No,
is
I'm
that
not saying that. I'm saying that it's
no, it's
necessary.
that it's too
I
many
don't want the
there.
exclusion because it's necessary to have the inclusion. Like
Yeah, but
Yolanda
this the
said.
problem. This the problem, though. What he's trying to say, and just what I think he's trying to let you try to understand is that there are so many black men and men, period, who have stood on pulpits, stands everywhere, and told women how to live, how to dress, how to walk, how to talk, how to make love, how not to make love, how to be. They talk. They mansplain to a woman something that they ain't never had to live because they are not a woman. And that's the thing.
But you
I
know
don't
what the
want a
pulpit
woman,
don't have? It don't have what we doing right here. It don't
but I
have
don't want no
both of
woman
us
who go
together talking.
who wants to be what
But
a man wants
here's
her to be.
here's the thing, Miss Tina. It's yes, we need this where there is the both dynamic, but before the both dynamic can be valuable, the other half of the dynamic has to be made as valuable. And that can't happen until the other half of the dynamic is placed in a position where I only hear you and nothing else. I need to value what you say. I need to value your opinion. I need to value what you think about the matter because this is your body and your sexuality and your things. I need to value you first before I ever can insert myself. I'll ask it this way. How often do you hear conversations about male sexuality and women involved? Exactly. It
Different
happens,
people
but
out
it's
there
very
that do
rare.
it. But the matter of the fact is, change doesn't take place. Well, desirable change don't take place because of the compartmentalization. Whereas this thing that we're doing here is more relatable on both aspects. Because it's inclusive, and when you put an exclusion to it, it brings
You're
slower
not excluding, though.
understanding.
You're not
No.
excluding.
So what I'm saying is, we can all be on here. Philanda can elaborate on that aspect. And you guys, if you feel like you should be quiet at that moment, then be quiet at that moment. But the contribution needs to continue to be the same because we already have it where you got a woman in the pulpit and she talking about these things on Women's Sunday or Women's Month or Women's International History or whatever. So you do have it, but you don't have it where both parties are in the room because most oftentimes than not, I said it on my show where the lady wasn't supposed to be in the room when those conversations was happening because they call what they call it mixed company. You can't talk like that in mixed company. No, we need these mixed company conversations, and I think Philanda has an absolutely good point, and we should continue it on my show on Monday and try to dive deeper into it in the way that
Not me.
Philanda suggests.
And he said, not him. No, and I'll say, and I'll make this point, and I promise you, I'll leave it alone. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm literally saying is, before we can before we can have that, it needs to be you all first. Because yes, we do have the women in the
Yes, and
pulpit
what
on the
I'm
Women's
saying is,
International Day,
it didn't
and the
have to
women
be.
on Women's Day and stuff like that.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm
They
saying
have
is,
to
so
because
you
you
have it
guys
on
aren't
those
doing it.
days. I'm talking having it. If we're going to use the pulpit as the example, rather than have it on Women's Month and Women's Day and Women's International this, have it on a regular Sunday. Have it on Sunday, August 15th, where there's nothing special about the day, because then you can make it
Okay, so
normalized,
you gonna
and
give
so now
Philanda
I
a
can
pulpit
contribute.
on Sunday?
Falana knows she can get up and talk whenever she wants.
Hey,
By the way,
hey.
our services are on Saturday. She running from
Hey,
it. I've been trying to get her up.
Hey, leave me out of that one.
Falana can have and my folk know she can have it whenever she get ready.
keep trying to force me up there.
We had a time frame where she was up the third Saturday of every month, and it wasn't just it wasn't a special day. It was just this the day that we're gonna have you up, and this gives you the time enough to learn how to prepare for it. I ain't trying to hog that place. It ain't for me. I want all voices to be heard as long as they're heard in context, biblically accurately. That's why Sharice right there is who's a member of ours. She's dying laughing because she know this is what we talk about all the time. So like, but in terms of matters of womanhood and women's sexuality and the things that are important to a woman, I as a man am more comfortable first listening to what you have to say and digesting it apart from, because if I sit on this podcast or even on your podcast and I'm quiet, people who know me and who will look at the podcast because they know me, they'll wonder, why is Jesse not saying nothing? And I become a distraction.
I'm going to point out some people that say it on a regular day. Shamore, I love her comedy, especially the chandelier and the unicorn. And another person that's constantly saying is Monique. A lot of people say she's controversial. Who else? What's that? Cheryl. She said she's constantly talking about it. Juanita Bynum, she has spoke about it. It's out here. So to say that it's
and so you have Cheryl Underwood, whose platform is limited. You have Monique, who was ostracized. You have you said some more, who hasn't really been heard from in a national platform since the 90s. She still does it. She still talks, but she ain't been heard from since the 90s. Juanita Bynum, who's been ostracized from the Christian community because she's gone crazy. But no, what I'm saying is you have those figures, but those figures, their voices have been diminished. And they've been diminished because oftentimes what they have been on trying to have these conversations is on male platforms or on platforms that become dominated by men. And so what I'm trying to do is give you first the platform to speak on what you need to speak with. And then when I come in, I'm no longer coming in as in terms of how society would look at it as a central figure. I'm coming in as a guest. And so rather than being the person who can help domineer the conversation, as a guest, I become an additive to it. But I can't become an additive to something if by position, just literally by position, my position is greater than yours. I have to get your position equal or greater than for so that when I come in, the focus isn't on me, I'm an additive. So,
but you know who historically has done that? Oprah, Jenny Jones, the other. It's been a couple of people.
Okay.
Who have tried to do that as women, but they still came back with the men.
You're talking about people who are controlled by patriarchy, right? That's the reality. They're still controlled by. You think that a woman can make billions of dollars by not acquiescing to these rich men? That's not possible in this country, not yet. I hope one day it could be, but it's not yet. We're talking about is patriarchy. We're talking about a male-dominated understanding of what a woman is. We don't need to be having that, right? Because we already had that. You're naming all of these women who speak, but what about the Steve Harveys, the Kevin Samuels? What about the guys who get on the internet all throughout social media and tell you what a woman should do, what she can't do, how a woman should be, how she should feel? And that is not right. It's done from a male perspective, right? And then when you look at their actual life, right, with the woman that they like, they ain't even acting like that. It's something to front. So we want
Kevin Samuels died under a white prostitute. He need to quit.
Yeah, we want them real. You need, in order to have that conversation, women need to be having that conversation, not led by men, not mitigated men, right? And that's what I agree with Jesse. That needs to happen before a man even opens his mouth about it.
Because when we do,
a man ain't. I ain't never seen no man listening to a woman, right? Say, yeah, that woman got up there and told me what to do with a man. Matter of fact, first thing come out of man's mouth, how dare her sit there and tell me how to be a man?
Because what happens when we get involved in the conversation, Roe v. Wade gets appealed. Bunch of men in a room having discussions
about parts
women
they don't have.
And so it would not have happened had women's voices been respected, uplifted, and heard. And you too, as black women, doubly so it needs to happen for you, because they'll respect a white woman's voice before they ever respect yours. So we have to uplift your voice first before we can ever get into the conversation. This is why I say, and I didn't say disrespect. I didn't. I hope I didn't come off disrespectful, but I was saying it so that the conversation can be uplifted first, and dominated by what you two as women and whoever else you have as a female on the program, what you all have experienced, what you all are gathering, what you all are dealing with, all of those things, your thoughts, your feelings, all of that. And then we as men listen, and what I'll do and what I want to do is then encourage others to take a listen, to just shut up and listen. And even if they're in the comments, if you go live, men, shut up, don't make a comment, and just listen. Let your presence be known. Come on real quick, say, hey, just here to listen and learn, and then shut up and learn, because too oftentimes we're doing too much talking. Men, we just talk way too much. And so we need to shut up and let y'all talk.
So in the spirit
And
of
that's
men
why
talk
it's a
too
good
much.
visual for y'all to be on, shutting up, listening to us. I'm just saying.
We're going to go ahead and take a commercial break on that one. We'll be right back after this last sponsor from Real Talk, and we're coming back with the infamous Real Talk Banter.
When you look your best, you feel your best. When you look together, you feel together. Where do you go when you need the right accessories? You come see me. I have everything you need for the colors, for the classics, for the rings, for the bling, for every outfit, for your casual outfits, for your formal outfits, for your work outfits, for your hangout with your girls outfits, for your going out to dinner outfits. Anytime you need the accessories to add that bling to your life, come see me. I am Maya Jordan, and I am the owner of Crown Jewel. You can find me on Facebook at Maya Jordan. That's MayaJordan. And I am also on Instagram as Queen Elizabeth Jordan. So the next time you need some accessories or any kind of consulting, feel free to see me, inbox me, or catch one of my lives. Have a great evening.
All right, we back. All right, here we go. The time frame that everybody who is a fan of the Real Talk podcast loves to hear. It is time for the infamous Real Talk Banter. I promise you, one day when I decide to go ahead and do it, I'm going to get me a nice little jingle and video and pop up for it, because I love the Real Talk Banter. This is where we get to have a lot of fun. We spend the first two topics being either heavy or whatever, and then we come back and we end with some lighthearted fun before we close this out. So we got two games that are quickly becoming my favorite to have the conversations with people. We have what's called Black Card Revoked. For those who may want to pick it up, I got the second edition pack. There's an original pack you can pick up as well, Black Card Revoked. It is a wonderful trivia game all about blackness and black television and black movies and black history. It's got all kinds of black stuff in it.
Is that
It's
black
one,
owned?
huh? Yeah, I believe the company's black owned.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I try to make sure I
And then we have
make my black dollars matter.
what has become my new favorite game. It's called Pick Your Poison, and I decided because I'm cryptic. I got the After Dark edition. It's for all those who've been saying they want a Real Talk After Dark. Well, it's about as close as you're gonna get for the
they
moment.
Didn't mean that dark.
Well, listen,
It's
this is about
dark
close they're
over
going,
there.
and it's fun. We played this game with two of our co-hosts, Jay Jordan, his wife Maya. We played the actual game at their house, and we found out some of these questions. Whoa, God!
Maya, if you're still on,
y'all ain't
help.
ready. Y'all ain't ready for it.
Help Maya.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going at random. Once I open the box up, I'm at random. I'm gonna pick two from the Black Card Revolt. Trivia style type questions, either trivia or majority rules, and I explain it once I pick the two, and then we'll go from there, and we'll answer the questions, have some dialogue or whatever, or see what your how good your black card is. Oh yeah, it is hilariously fun, especially Pick Your Poison. I promise you, it is fun. So let's see here. I don't like that one. Normally I pick up RAM. I'm trying to read some of these beforehand because, yeah, some of these black card votes they're not good. Some of them are too easy for people who understand and know stuff. Oh, I don't want that one. It's too churchy. I don't want the churchy ones. I'm trying to throw the churchy ones out. I do church all day long. Let's see here. Okay. Let's do this one first. Okay, this one is a multiple choice, and there is a right answer. So the question says, they are homegirls living in a 90s kind of world. Shut your mouth, because I know you already know this. Is it A, Whitley, Jaleesa, Kim, and Freddie? B, Shireen and Sydney? C, Khadijah, Sinclair, Maxine, and Regine? Or D, T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili?
So we can answer, either one of us can answer, or what we doing, how we doing?
Both of y'all answer.
C.
So you say C? Eddie, what you say?
Yeah, see.
Okay, I was gonna say you thinking a little too hard. Oh, now you look like y'all. I was about to say, please don't tell me you don't know.
What's this, black card revolt?
Yes, ma'am. It's called Black Card Revoked, and it's fun. It's fun once you find out playing the whole game with some different people. It's really fun. Okay, this one is a majority rules. These are the kinds I was looking for. Majority rules. So I'm gonna read out the question. There are 4 possible choices. There is no right answer. It is just we all give our answer, what we think the answer should be, and why we think it should be. And the answer with the most picks is the answer that we're going to say is right. Since there are 4 of us and 4 choices, I'm going to give my answer last. And if there's already a majority beforehand or close to a majority, I won't answer. If there is a tie between the 3, then I'll only pick from what the tie is. That way we get an actual majority. So, in the spirit of, we were talking about uplifting women's voices, this is a question about women. And this is not, Eddie, I promise you, I didn't mean this. I didn't really read it all the way through when I picked this up. I probably should put it back. But it says, according to men, what's something that women should still do? A, cook and clean. B, stay at home. C, have babies. Or D, know their place.
Listen to men. But I'm gonna say have babies. I think that's a safe answer.
Okay. Eddie?
I would say have babies because I'm not having no babies. So yeah, she need to have babies.
Okay.
Would be painful for me.
I'm gonna give. You know what? You took an angle at it that I didn't even think about, and that makes it even safer. I like it. And Eric, originally, I didn't like like any of these answers either until Eddie gave a wonderful perspective for us, man. I think we should all go with that one. But what answer you gonna give?
I like Eric's answer. I don't like any of those answers. But anyway, unfortunately I have had this conversation with somebody recently, and I keep hearing some men say this, and it's cook and clean.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I love.
No, I'm hearing that it's some women out here, and they're not my generation that can't cook.
I don't need you necessarily to clean, but at least be able to know how to cook a meal. Now I cook for myself too, but I would love for you to know how to cook. Lord Jesus, we ain't got. I don't make the kind of money that affords for us to be able to go out to eat every day.
So are we tie and tie?
Huh?
Are you saying cook and clean too? Oh, okay.
I went with make babies because I liked Eddie's perspective and the way he took it. I ain't trying to have it.
I could feel good making the baby with you, but I ain't.
Yes, look. Hey, Shapa. There it. Hey, thank you, G. They're the answer again. It came back full circle. We started off with that, and now in the closing segment, hey, look at God. Yes, sir. Say that again for the people who didn't hear you.
Yeah. We want the joy and the pleasure and the bliss, but we don't pay at the screen and the pop it out.
We don't either.
The question was, what do I want?
But if y'all don't want it, y'all should blame Eve.
Look, it didn't take 36 hours for me to conceive that baby, but it took 36 hours. It took 2 minutes to conceive her and 36 hours to get her out. So I don't know about that one.
All I got to say is blame
I was
Eve.
first to conceive. I'm on board. I'm on board with all the screaming and hollering.
You also are designed better than us to be able to do that. I don't know when no baby gonna come out of me in any kind of way. Right?
I know that's right. My holes are way too small and way too sensitive.
Yes. And they not go reshape themselves by the that's not no. It's gonna be bad.
Yeah, we don't have that snapback. Your son said, "Thanks for the horrifying image, Dad."
Just being real.
I love it. I love it. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to my favorite. Pick your poison. Now I only took half the pack out because I gotta pick 4. I gotta pick 2 cards at a time. I'm picking them at random. These time I'm really not even gonna look. I'm just gonna pick them at random. And I'm gonna move over
Jesus.
and just know I didn't create this game, but I sure love playing it. And I sure love making folk uncomfortable with it. And so, Eddie, if that was a horrifying image for you that your dad spoke of,
You may want to log off.
it is
now
quite possible
so you don't hear
that some of these questions, these pick your poisons, may be just as horrifying, if not more. Actually, this first one isn't that bad.
Okay.
It really, really isn't.
Okay.
So pick your poison. Which one would you rather? And yes, you have to pick one. Would you rather stick a needle in your eye or throw a temper tantrum the first time you meet your in-laws?
Oh, I would temper tantrum.
I don't even know why that's even a debate. Philanda put her finger up to her chin as if she was thinking about that, knowing who my parents are. But I promise you, you can't see now.
Oh, wow. Oh.
She was contemplating sticking a needle in the eye that can't see already.
Look, we already had that first expression experience. That almost went badly.
That's what I'm saying.
Tina.
Well, I grew up with Eddie's mother, looking at her like a mother. So, yeah, I throw a tantrum. I'm not sticking no needle in my eye.
At all. Like, I don't even know.
Tina pass out if a needle gets stuck into me. So I know she is with that needle.
That's what I'm saying. Like that one was too. I might have to go a couple more.
I think we're unanimous on that one because I'm gonna throw that tantrum. You right. You ain't gonna keep judging me because I can't see. Look, it's not my fault.
I didn't judge. I just
I
state
was
facts.
born this way.
Especially if my option is sticking a needle in my eye, I would throw a really good tantrum.
For the sake of Facebook, I'm gonna pick another card because this one is super bad. Let me just say it involves our president of the United States, and so I am not about to have Secret Service knocking at my door because I am publicly playing a game that I ain't had nothing to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this one back, and I'm gonna pull out a whole different card because just know it had to do with the president of the United States, and I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm a black man, and y'all will see me in Guantanamo, and I will never, I'll never be back again. Nope. So here we go. Okay. Would you rather get walked in on every time you go to the bathroom or exclusively date people opposite your normal gender preference? Walk in on me.
That's like a nightmare. That's the real life thing for a woman, especially if she got kids, or you try to go to public restrooms. So yeah, y'all walking in anyway. Y'all don't get the show.
What was the second part?
Moment.
What was the second part?
The second one was exclusively date people opposite your normal gender preference. So for you, Eddie, that means you got to exclusively date men.
Oh. So I got
Walk in on
okay.
me.
Okay, look. When I go to the bathroom, people already walking in on me. If I'm in a stall, they're already walking in.
Thank you.
Now, if you mean should they see everything? Go to a ballpark and pee in that thing. Everybody looking at each other, right? So it is what it is. As soon as you walk in there, it's what it is. So yeah, they can walk on in. Walk in. Take pictures if you want to. Just don't put them on the internet.
Right, I'm gonna stick with the
Eric
norm.
said-
It's the norm already, so I haven't had a different experience. So I think I'm gonna prefer to stick with the norm.
Eric, I don't know if I don't have anything people haven't seen before. I consider myself to be special, but it don't matter if you want to see it. You see it.
So I agree with I agree with Eric that I ain't got nothing people ain't seen before, but I agree with you that it is special, but it's not special to see. It's just special to experience.
Exactly.
Shabbat. Looking at it, you'll miss it and think it ain't nothing. But hey, it's like Jesus. Have the experience; it'll quicken your soul.
Why are you like this? Why are you like
He's doing
this?
entire commercials
You
right
married me.
now.
Right.
Ooh,
And
okay,
then,
okay.
if the issue is that they walking in all the time, everybody. So every time I go to the bathroom, somebody gonna walk in. You
Yes,
gonna
sir.
get used to seeing what you gonna see. I got.
Oh, it didn't say the same person. It's just every
Okay.
time somebody walking in.
Well, guess what? I need to make it interesting because everybody need to have a different experience.
Oh, that's right. I'm putting on a show. I'm gonna come in with a little dance with it, do a little dance.
Y'all not getting paid for it. You're not getting paid.
Oh,
This-
See, that's the problem.
If you
See,
go into
once
the bathroom and
once you
somebody starts throwing ones, you've got bigger problems.
no, if I'm in the bathroom and somebody starts throwing ones, that means I'm getting paid. And please believe, once it starts happening enough times, I'm gonna become an attraction and get paid. You gonna pay for this. Watch what I tell you. You want the show? Come pay for the show. Otherwise, I'm gonna wear a diaper.
Get the show. Go get the show.
Okay.
That's easy for y'all women. We're not trying to show this, but if
It's easier for y'all. Y'all sitting down. Y'all every time y'all go, y'all are sitting down, and you can put your hands in front while you're sitting down and let loose, and all we see is you sitting on the toilet. Men, we got to stand there with it in our hand. Ain't no look. This is why there's man law in public bathrooms. When you have 3 urinals, the opposite 2 ends first. And then, and only then, if those 2 are full and all of the stalls are full, then can somebody stand in the middle. Somebody stand right next to you while you using a urinal. You have full legal of man law authority to punch him in the face. You had all this other open stuff around you. Don't be coming around me like that. That's not how this works. Because we out exposed. Y'all get to sit. Most of our bathroom experience is stand up with it in our hand. That's why I'm gonna give you a show.
If you move too close, I'm used to the urinal, and you want to be that close, it's time for me to piss on you, and then you'll know.
I know that's
Hey, don't
right.
be that close.
Hey, I want that option. If somebody overlooking or whatever, I want the option, but we don't get that option.
Okay, so here's what you can do. I got a piece of advice for you. You ain't gonna like, but it's gonna help you. This is where you get the option from. Okay, what I want you to do. Sometime tonight, get you a cup that you don't care about no more with a top. Fill it up and just carry it with you everywhere you go. And so the next person who walks in on you, you get to throw it on them. And it's the exact same thing.
There you go.
That takes all.
See,
the
I'm a
fun
solution-oriented
out of it.
person.
All the fun out of it.
And here's the funny part to it. It don't even have to, it could just be water. They gonna run anyway when you throw it on them.
That's a fact. Because they don't know what it is. Just make sure it's a little warm water. And they'll, oh my God! So here's the kind of questions I'm used to from Pick Your Poison. Those, I don't know why, those first 2 were just
Censored.
Yeah, these are kinds of questions I'm used to. So here's the real kind of Pick Your Poison. Here we go. All right. Give your grandmother a dildo for her birthday and write, "Grandpa will always be with you" on the card. Or get 3 tattoos of your mother's face surrounding your genitals. What y'all
Grandma
doing?
always did love Grandpa, and that's the one feature she probably was missing. She gonna love me. I'm gonna be her favorite after that. That's all I'm saying.
Grandmas need love too. Grandma needs love too.
The look on Eddie's face is priceless to me.
I think older people they get over it. Yeah, but I'm not gonna put that. Just be very weird, right? To have my parents' face on my genitals, and
But
it'd
who's
be
it
more
weirder
weird.
for?
It's more
You
weird for
you who's getting it, or the person who has to see it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That'd be weird. That'd be strange. So yeah, the thing is a one off, right? All I got to do is get that to you. And matter of fact, who's to say that she wouldn't be happy to see it, right? If the grandfather go and she ain't getting nobody, she might be happy to receive that. Especially if it's a custom job, if you custom make it.
Between you and Eric, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
No granddaddy dong and then trying to modify. No, I'm not modding granddaddy's dong.
If it's shaped like what he was able to have, she might be like, "That's the most thoughtful gift you could have gave me." Right?
He will always be with me.
See, I have. Ready. For me, I have a morbid perspective.
But he use it over and over again.
I have a morbid perspective. So, all my grandparents is dead. So I can give it to her, but she ain't never gonna see it because she in the ground. Hallelujah. God rest her soul and all of that. Grandma and grandpa gone. Been long gone. So that's just gonna be somebody who passes by the plot. They'll see it. But by the time they see it, pass it by the plot, I'll be gone. Why y'all get quiet on me? Because I said that my grandparents was gone. They is.
Because I'm the only one that's bold enough to actually give to my grandma.
No, I would do it if she was alive, but my grandparents is dead. I can't make them alive. And then
knowing who my grandma was, she is passed on. But my grandma be like, my granddaughter, come on with it. Look, we visited her in the nursing home, and she was like, yeah, that one over there is mine. That one over there. I was like, Grandma, ew. Stop it. She's like, I got another little boyfriend in the dining hall. I'm like, you in a wheelchair. Stop it. My grandma would have loved it.
Okay, so here we go. Find 6 live webcams streaming from your bathroom, or have your nose replaced by a permanently erect penis.
Yeah,
Eddie, I promise you, your facial reactions are wonderful to me. They give me life.
I am not going to be walking around with no dog on my face. So you have as many cameras as you want. If that's
now hold on now. Now hold on now. I can see some benefits to the dome being on your face permanently.
Not at all.
Tina, me and you are in the same. Me and you were in agreement.
Sis.
I'm gonna be honest, Tina. Me and you were in agreement. My only problem is if I ever have to blow my nose.
Now look, you don't have to worry about it. You got Philanda in your life. She'll blow up for you. But yeah,
Shop out. Say it again. Oh my God.
I'm gonna go with the opposite. But for you, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying.
Philanda can't have one. I promise you. I will Lorena Bobbitt her if she try to come. She come around here with that on her nose. I promise you right now. In honor of my good friend Bishop Chris Chamberlain, I promise to God on my mama that Monica Lewinsky is your not Monica Lorena Bobbitt is your portion.
And what was the other one? What was the other option?
Find 6 webcams in your bathroom. Live streaming.
Webcams. And he's gonna go with the other one.
You don't make a decision for me. Let me tell you something.
Well, she said in the spirit of uplifting women's voices, she said she said you got to go with the other one because that's for her.
Here's the problem. If I had that on my nose, that's what we said, right? The nose, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
I would have problems because it would constantly be falling in my mouth, right? Every time I talk. See, the longer you are, the harder it's gonna become a problem. You ain't able to hear me. I run all the time.
I don't want to hear nothing.
I'm good. And if something goes wrong, as it get older, maybe that sucker don't want to do what it's supposed to do. Now I'm looking around and got this thing hanging all the way down my face. You have to make some considerations.
My question is, does it have all of the functions that a normal penis has? Am I urinating out of my nose too?
It said all that I needed to know. You said constantly erect.
permanently erect.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Now when he blows his nose and
so-
urine comes out on your face and you look like one.
But
Never mind.
can you
I almost
see-
went too
And
far.
here's another,
Too far.
here's another problem with that though.
Men say they can't pee when they're erect, so you not doing nothing.
Oh
else.
no, yes you can. Let me tell you as a
No,
man,
we-
yes you can. That
we-
we
say that.
wake up in the morning with it and have to go to the bathroom and I promise you.
Nobody said that. I don't know where you got that from. But here's the
I
thing,
know
though.
that's a lie. Whoever told you that's a lie.
If you walking around with an erect penis on your face all the time, right? Not only see, I maybe it's just my thinking. That's an organ, right? That I got open here for anybody to hit, cut, pop, slash. You keep that. Take them cameras. I take the cameras every day. I'm not gonna give you the chance to harm me. But
Don't worry
that's
about
just
it.
me.
I won't even let you go to work. You stay home.
I
Stay
know
ready.
that's right.
I'm gonna go to work and you just stay home.
No, that's called a hostage.
I'll say it like I said. She said she gonna black snake moan you. I'll say it like this. Either way, I'm making money. I'm making money either way. I promise you. Them webcams gonna get me money, or this nose gonna get me money. I'm gonna make some money. I'm gonna be a millionaire.
Oh, you know
Y'all
what
be quiet.
sport would be even more of a sport now? Eddie has. We were seeing something where they have a wars and they hitting and they tool that they hitting is just that. They be using their face instead of their hips.
What? That try to sword fight with penis noses?
No, that's not like I went looking for it. But
Yes, you
that's
did.
Actually, a sporting competition.
First
not
of all,
here in
y'all
America.
gonna stop trying to make everything a sport.
Hey,
Just
it
because
was
it's a
men.
competition
It is
does
all
not mean it's a sport.
men. It is all men
it's a
competing
sport.
against men slap
Hit each
boxing.
other.
I would leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what they doing.
Once again, just because people are competing does not
Sword
make it a
fighting,
sport.
for
It's
real,
not,
for real.
No, that's not a sport. that is called two men living out their homoerogenous fantasies on national television and getting paid for it. That is called porno. Is what that's called right there. That's what that is.
Cherise.
Hey, I would tell you, Jesse, what I said about two men keep whacking the stuff against each other. Somebody gonna get excited and somebody gonna release something. So
Yup.
yeah. Why she
Sharice sick.
Sharice, you
I
might
didn't
want
even
to
know
cover your.
that existed. Eddie stumbled upon it, and I was working at the time, and I was like, "Wait, what? What is that? I want to know more.
Oh, I know.
How are they doing this?
I wanna know
Why
more
are
at
they
all.
doing this? Where are they doing this?"
Nothing in me wants to know more.
I'm like, who? Why is this a thing? Why is
Why
this a
is this a
thing?
thing? Why is this a sport? What in the world? Who thought of this? I don't know. I just
Because
have
men
this
get
part in
bored.
mind, but so many
And,
questions.
and just for you, Jesse, know that they have belts. Like the prize winner have those
No.
WWE belts. They go
Nope.
on there.
Nope.
It's a little championship belt.
Wow.
Nope.
Yeah, that's the prize.
Eddie says Eskimo kisses would have a whole nother meaning.
In the words of Tracy Morgan, I'm gonna
Reese
get you
said it
pregnant.
Okay, let me get two more of these out the way, and then I got either the R&B or the TV question,
Okay.
and then we'll close it out. I like to just make sure we have as much fun in the banter as we have had serious in the first two topics. This is absolutely a pick your poison moment. All right, would you rather relive the moment of your birth each year on your birthday? So every year on your birthday, at your big old age, you keep reliving you coming right on out. You feel it, you relive it at the same age you is. Not the age you were. At the age you is on your birthday, you have to keep reliving that over and over again. Or, I really don't want to say this. I'm so glad my parents are no longer with us, so they can't stumble upon this on the internet, me asking this question. Or would you rather have sex with your mom with your dad's lower half? His face.
Why are you you like this?
I didn't write the
Pick
questions
that?
at random. I didn't even look for it. I just picked it at random.
Now I forgot the first one.
The
Like
first
I'm
one
so
was
traumatized.
the first one was relive the moment of your birth each
Yeah,
year on
that
your
one.
birthday.
Anything but, yeah. Yeah.
I relive my birth. You know why? Because I would like to believe that as I'm bored every time, I won't maybe I won't be as conscious. Right? I just I'm here. It'd be more painful for my that'd be more painful for my butt.
Yeah. Oof.
But the
Okay, here's
opposite
the
is
last
more
one.
painful for us than the mama. So yeah, I'm not. I be
Yeah,
traumatized for life. I never
uh,
had sex again.
that's called trauma, and never ever in the history of life ever will I ever be able to do anything again, ever.
I am still traumatized from being a child and
Traumatized.
walking in one too many times without knocking.
That's why you're supposed to
And
knock
this
on the
is
door.
why number 2 is not an option. I'm gonna have to be born again.
Hey, the way you
Tariq
just
said
said
burn
that,
that
that
card. I'm
sound
gonna have to
downright
agree with her.
sanctified.
That
She
visual
said
is only one time. That's a one timer.
the way Falana just said it, that sounds downright sanctified. I think I was gonna go with that answer anyway, but the way you said it's down. She said I would rather be born again. I get to be born again every time. Born again, yes, God. All right, here the last one.
I love how you
Okay,
keep incorporating church on this stuff. That's like
listen.
so far from church.
Listen,
Nowhere near
all I
church.
got and all I know is Jesus. Jesus is how I have fun. So I insert him into everything. Hallelujah. Sometimes Luther is playing, and sometimes Mahalia Jackson is playing.
Oh, okay.
Either way, hallelujah. I'm gonna get to the promised land
Why are you like this?
because that's how God created me. That's how you like me. You married me. Know what I was like. She's saying, why was I like? Why am
No,
I
I
like
did
this? And
not
she
know.
married this. Y'all, she willingly said, I do, knowing that I was out of my mind. Okay, so would you rather have 12-inch pubic hair that you cannot trim, or pretend you're a cat and give someone in the room a tongue bath? Well, let me go ahead and go first. Because I know who
'Cause
I'm
we're
in the
the
room
only
with.
two in the room.
That's right. I'm gonna go with the tongue bath. Cause after the tongue bath, yes, Lord, I'm gonna get
Janelle
baptized.
came in like the complete worst time.
Chanel just
She has walked into.
yeah, I'm gonna do the tongue bath and then get baptized at the end. Yes, Lord.
Well, I'm down for you
Tina,
getting
Eddie.
baptized, but the whole thing about that natural hair thing is that shrinkage. I'm gonna do the 12-inch hair because it's
It
gonna
stays
shrink up.
12
It's
inches
gonna be
permanently.
like 2 inches. 12 inches turn to 2 inches real quick.
The card said permanently long, permanently 12 inches long. It don't ever shrink. So the card said permanently 12 inches long. It never shrinks. It's like the penis on the nose. It don't ever stop. It don't ever stop being what it is.
I'm wearing skirts.
You'll be 98 years old and 12 inches hanging down to the floor.
I'm gonna wear skirts.
Have kids in the neighborhood trying to double dutch with you.
Let them jump, baby. Let them jump. They're gonna have to do like this trying to get to it. Pardon the sea. Pardon the sea.
Learn how to braid hair.
Right.
I'll do whatever I got to. Hey, listen, those might be some good handlebars. I'm getting old. My knees and my back ain't good. If they're strong enough, I may be able to, wrap them around my wrist and have some support.
Oh no.
Get more
Sister
bounce to
Brenda's
the
on
out.
here.
Get some more bouncing in there. Might be beneficial.
Leverage.
Yeah, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yeah, Lord. All right. So,
Yeah, wait.
oh wait.
Eddie.
Oh yeah, you almost got out of it, Eddie. You almost got it. They called you. They called you trying to make sure you got into it. I think you muted yourself, sir.
I was saying, what was the first one again?
Let me go back to it. So it is have a 12-inch pubic hair you cannot trim, or pretend you're a cat and give someone in the room a tongue bath. And for you, I'm gonna say in the house because I know y'all are in two separate rooms.
Yeah, I take the second one. I want no hair. Yeah, that's the yeah.
Yeah. The hair is horrible. I don't understand how you can do the hair. If nothing else, think of it like this, Tina. At some point you gotta wash that, and y'all. It takes y'all forever just to wash the hair on top of your head.
But you said we ain't had no shrinkage. It be the shrinkage that's the problem. Detangling, all of that. That.
Oh, it didn't say it won't get tangled. It just said it won't shrink.
But
No.
see, you got to consider who might be in the room. We live with our kids.
Y'all better hurry up and get in the room with each other.
Human beings like the suck.
Y'all empty nesters. Y'all can do whatever. Y'all can do that question all day.
Shabba. Say it
Human
again. Say
beings.
it again. Empty nesters.
Your son
Human
is like,
beings.
no.
I be traumatized my kids in life.
Your son is hilarious. He said, "Please remember to go to the Sunday service and tune into the Android Living with Tina Phillips on Monday for therapy." All right, so y'all want to close out on TV? You want to close out on R&B? Dealer's choice, or y'all's choice, I should say. I'm the dealer.
It don't bother me. I don't know. Eddie.
Huh?
You got to pick one. Got to be one or the other. I can't.
I didn't hear y'all. It cut out of me.
Say again. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. We're gonna close out on one of the two. Y'all two get to pick. It can either be we can close out on TV, or we can close out on 90s R, or excuse me, not 90s R&B, on R&B.
TV would be fair for Tina.
Okay. So, I got a host of TV shows. I'm putting one against the other. You pick which one, in your opinion, is better. All right, Martin versus the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
It don't matter.
Got to pick
You gotta
one.
pick one.
You said
I
Martin
have to
versus the
pick
Fresh
one.
Prince of Bel-Air?
Yes, sir.
It was Martin to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Yes, sir. And your
Just
screen is
pick one
frozen.
for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just pick which one's
I
better.
choose Martin.
You choose Martin. So we got
I choose Martin.
two for Martin and one for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Martin moves on.
Eric says Martin as well. Eddie says Martin, no contest.
Oh, Martin.
Yo, I'm not gonna say it's no contest, but I am gonna say Martin. Martin was a funnier show. The Fresh Prince was a better show, but Martin's a better show for me because if push come to shove, I'm rewatching Martin episodes before I rewatch Fresh Prince. All right, the Proud Family versus the Boondocks.
Boondocks.
One for the Boondocks.
Boondocks.
Yeah, I beat Bulldogs.
Boondocks wins in a
Boondocks.
landslide. Eric said, Martin wasn't going around slapping people as well. Martin may not have gone around slapping people, but he sure did actually run down the highway in his drawers saying they're coming to kill me. But that's just a little tidbit on Martin. All right, so we reaching way back for this one. Smart guy.
Hey, that visual ain't hurt nobody. I'm just gonna say.
it hurt Martin for a little while.
Yeah, it did.
Smart guy
I don't know.
versus Keenan and Kel.
Kitty to
Wait,
kill.
what?
Smart guy versus Keenan and Kel.
Kitty to kill.
Yeah, Keenan and Kel.
Yeah, Kenan and Kel.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? Of course it's Keenan and Kel. Now this one might be difficult for some. It's nowhere near difficult for me. Everybody Hates Chris versus the Jamie Foxx Show.
Jamie Foxx, baby. Jamie
Jamie
Foxx.
Foxx.
Jamie Foxx. All day.
Two out of the three of y'all who were picking the Jamie Foxx show were only picking Jamie Foxx because Jamie Foxx was cute back then and was singing and everything. Y'all, ooh, Jamie Foxx. But
No,
Jamie
it's
Foxx
not
does win
that.
in a landslide.
It's actually because the other one is like, what is that?
It wasn't. No, it's not a bad show, but
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx's show is funnier.
Yeah.
It's funnier.
more
It's better to
interesting.
me, and I like hearing Jamie sing R&B when he's doing real R&B. And he did more R&B type stuff on that show, and he got to sing with Gladys. So, yeah,
And what was the other one again?
everybody hates Chris.
I don't even. Yeah, I agree with
It's
you.
the only show that Terry Crews
I
has
never
ever been
found
good
him
in.
funny. I never
Yeah.
found him funny. I liked the people that were acting in it, but I was not as entertained as Jamie Foxx show. It just wasn't entertaining. Have phenomenal actors and actress, but it was like, I'm done. I'm over it.
Alrighty. So I'm rearranging these last two only because I want to make it. I want to make the last one a little more difficult than what it actually is. So the second to last one is That's So Raven versus the Wayans brothers.
Wayans brothers. I like
Wayans
So
brothers.
Raven, but the Wayans brothers, they was doing some stuff that was like next level.
I think y'all son knew before this question was coming. Anybody from In Living Color. It's a no-brainer.
It's absolutely the Wayans brothers. Absolutely all day, every day, twice on Sundays. Because
About that, that's so Raven. That's so Raven. It's not that interesting.
It was.
That shit was not interesting.
What's her name? Raven Simone. Raven Simone
Simone.
ain't that interesting. I have beef with Raven Simone. I mean, she's a celebrity, so she ain't got no beef with me, but I got
You
beef
have
with her.
baby beef with her.
I have-
Because she kicked Rudy off of the show.
She didn't kick Rudy off of the show. Everybody just started looking at her like she was cuter and better than Rudy, and she was not better than Keisha Knight Pullman. Keisha was wonderful. Keisha, all they did with Raven Simone's character Olivia was try to recreate Rudy, and she wasn't able to do it half as well as Rudy did it. Rudy was wonderful. This is why Rudy is still able to get good acting jobs now, and Raven is on a talk show losing her mind with her hair all kinds of different colors because she done lost it. I'm sorry, I don't like Raven. I'm going with Keisha, Rudy all day, and so anything that has Raven Simone's name on it is not allowed to be uttered positively from my mouth. I told you, I got beef with her. I believe she's the reason that the Cosby Show had to end the way it did. I believe never mind. I was gonna go a little too far because sometimes I do that, but I reeled myself back in. All right, so the last one. To me, this is a lot tougher than what it's probably going to be for Philanda because I know her. I got a feeling I know where she's going to go with this. But for me, it's a lot tougher. Family Matters versus The Bernie Mac Show.
The Bernie Mac show.
Yeah, the Bernie Mac show. Family Matters was really nice and everything, and it was really cool when they did the whole Urkel and he turning into Stefan and stuff. But yeah, Bernie Mac is next level.
You're mighty quiet over there.
No, this is for me. It's Chicago versus Chicago. I'm gonna go with the Bernie Mac show.
I knew you would. And no, I'm going Family Matters. Sorry. First of all, the Bernie Mac show wasn't long enough. The Bernie Mac show was kind of funny if you never really heard Bernie stand up. Most of the episodes were based off of his stand up and his jokes, and they were funnier as stand up jokes than they were on television. The little boy was only half as funny because he wasn't allowed to be exactly what Bernie said that he was on stage. And so because it was a watered down version of his vision, can't go with that. And again, you don't even know or probably can't even remember the names of the characters on that show other than Bernie. But Steve Urkel will always be Steve Urkel. His name is not Jaleel White. It's Steve Urkel. Carl Winslow doesn't even have another name, and he's still doing commercials, and he's still Carl Winslow. Family Matters still has one of the longest running controversial topics of all time. What happened to Judy? When you
That's
say
because
family
they
matters, people
wasn't
begin
ready for Bernie. Bernie was bust your head to the white meat show. Everything was really about Bernie. Bernie had some next level kind of
on
entertainment.
stage.
They wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, on stage. On the show, it was a very watered down version of it. And I can't ever deal with watered down version of anything. That's right, Eric. Hem downstairs. That was all on stage. I'm gonna get some milk and cookies. All on stage. I gotta go with Family Matters because it was funny just for the show. I wouldn't pay to see Jaleel White do anything else. I'd pay to see Bernie Mac, if he was still alive, do stand up rather than do his show. So I know I lost, but I'm still saying.
I think Bernie's hands down because he's next level. Even though they had to water it down to censor it for the time slot that it was in. But if they didn't do that, if they put it on cable, baby, bye.
If the Bernie Mac show was created for Netflix,
That's because Bernie for y'all is a Chicago legend.
Long before he was a Chicago legend, Bernie
when he wasn't a Chicago legend. Bernie's been a he was a Chicago legend long before he ever appeared on Def Comedy Jam. He's just a legend. And so it's his legendary status that would say for y'all that it's a better show. It's no different than the clout that Eddie Murphy gets as a stand-up because he's a legend, but he's just okay. I know I ain't supposed to say that, but Eddie's just okay. He had 2 great specials, and then
Eric said y'all have a misunderstanding.
Eric and I have had the misunderstanding since the commercial aired. So all right. Oh, this has been a wonderful long
this keeps
broadcast.
up. Eric, you may have to be a guest on our show.
Matter of fact, yeah. We got. I think because I have seen you make enough funny comments not only on this podcast, but when I have been on their podcast as well, I have seen enough funny stuff that I think we might just have to pull you and get you in and have some conversation with you. And then what we'll do, one of the topics will be that commercial just for you.
Eric likes to be
but we love it.
That's so definitely.
That's how it should be, though. But all right, since you're breaking up some more, and Eddie has dipped out because his signal, I guess, just dropped. We're gonna go ahead and end the podcast here. It's been a wonderful time here with the Erudition Network founders, both Eddie Phillips and Miss Tina Phillips. I hear his voice, but I don't see him.
Eddie, you can come over here. There's plenty of room in front of this aquarium.
She said, "Come on in the room."
Eddie, he's looking at it on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Come on in the room. Your wife wants you by the aquarium. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Because I can go super left in the room.
They've been staring at me for the longest.
Well, all right, since Eddie ain't gonna come on, we have had a wonderful time with the Erudition Network founders, both Eddie and Tina Phillips. Wonderful people. Please make sure, once again, to follow them on Facebook at the Erudition Network on Facebook. I have the link pinned in the comments here. And for you who will view this on YouTube, I'll make sure to put it in the description of the video on YouTube. Please make sure to also follow them on YouTube. Just look up the Erudition Network. And I promise you'll find them. All of their podcasts are available both on Facebook and on YouTube. Please make sure to follow them personally, Eddie and Tina Phillips. If they like you, they'll accept your friend request. If they think you're creepy or crazy, they'll just reject it. That's all you can do is just see what happens. But they are wonderful guests. We will have them on once again. It has been a wonderful time. I want to thank my co-host who actually did a job today as a executive producer. Amen. New things ahead. So, as I love to say each and every week, no matter what you do, no matter what you're going through, always remember that God is the answer. And do him one favor as well as yourself, no matter what you do. Always. There he is. Hold on, let me pop him in real quick for the end of it. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, always keep it real. This has been the Real Talk Podcast. Thanks for listening.
This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk. This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk.